same region. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has said the friction between incumbent presidents and their predecessors is not in the best interest of democracy. Speaking at a strategy meeting of the West African Elders Forum in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, the former president also called for effective collaboration and past leaders in West Africa to address issues affecting the peaceful transfer of power in the region. Jonathan also called on those in government to redouble their efforts and commitment to democracy by ensuring that democracy translates to better welfare for the people. And now to COVID-19 updates. India has recorded a single-day rise of 408 coronavirus infections, taking the tally to 44,670,483, while active cases further declined to 5,881. According to the Union Health Ministry, data updated on Thursday, the death toll has climbed to 530,601, with 5 fatalities in the last 24 hours. The transmission company of Nigeria has blamed the power generation and distribution companies for the repeated collapse of the national electricity grid. The chairman, Technical and Monitoring Committee and member of the governing board of TCN, Nisima Ekere, disclosed this on the sidelines of a 2-day official visit and inspection of the TCN store at Ojo and other transmission stations in Lagos by the board. He said the DISCOs and GENCOs should make adequate investments in their networks and infrastructures for Nigerians to enjoy some level of power stability. Uganda has recorded a drop in the number of new Ebola cases, with some districts going for at least 2 weeks without registering new infections, the country's health ministry officials have disclosed. The development is a major sign the East African country is having a measure of success in efforts to combat its latest outbreak of the deadly hemorrhagic fever disease more than 2 months after it was declared. And in sport, Bril Embolo has scored against the country of his birth as Switzerland defeated Cameroon 1-0 to make a winning start to their World Cup campaign on Thursday. Embolo struck 3 minutes into the second half as Switzerland secured a vital 3 points in a group that includes tournament favourites Brazil and Serbia. Cameroon have now lost their last 8 World Cup matches going back to 2002. And that's it from the newsroom. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
On this special episode dedicated to one of the most essential premarital questions asked, we will be examining that particular question that can only solidify or thwart a marital journey. I am Mr. Adolf and you're within the 4 walls. Take a look at the green board. We will be doing with the classwork an examination where we will lead to the preface of the topic which says marriage and credentials. But right now, let's see the latest happening in the Nigerian education sector. The Ondo State government has said that it has become an offense for any teacher in the state public schools to enroll their children in private schools. The head press and Information Services of the State Universal Basic Education Board (SUBEB), in a statement in Akure, explained that government was worried over the situation despite its huge investment in public school sector. Now, this news is what I will be calling a special guest sometime to discuss why Ondo State is taking this step. We'll take a short break. When we come back, our special guest will be joining us to discuss marriage and credentials. Don't go, we'll be right back. Welcome back. Marriage and marital considerations have always begun with cultural, psychological, economic, and legal demands. Yet, the discussion on the academic qualifications of spouses are deeply considered, but will never be admitted publicly. Four Walls is set to x-ray why education attainment of spouses are so critical these days. To discuss this, I'm now being joined by two special guests, Uche Wazigo, a real estate expert, and Adiola Odufuwa, a food engineer. Welcome to the show.
Welcome. Good evening, everybody. My name is Uche. Nice to be here.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adiola.
Great to have you on the show. Now, let's start off with understanding why it is now very important for spouses to begin to consider how educated, how qualified, how many credentials their spouses need to have before they go into marriage. Let me start with the lady. Adiola, what do you have to say about that?
Okay, so it's very important that the man is as educated as I am, even if not necessarily to the same level, but he has to have a certain basic level of education. I don't want to get married to someone who cannot help with case assignments, someone who I cannot brainstorm with, someone who I cannot share ideas with. I don't want an empty head for a husband. It's basic. So he needs to have a certain level of formal education. Without that, it's a no-no.
Uche, she just said something that it has to be basic education at least. Somebody who is... Would you fall in love with a lady and to get married, would you consider level of education as a man? I
would consider it, but I would consider it as secondary, because basically you are looking at somebody who is actually compatible. Then if she has educational qualification, then is a plus. I look at the educational aspect from the point of economic situation of Nigeria. I've gotten to the point where everybody has actually chipped in. So if she's more qualified, it means it gives her that privilege to actually get a job and be able to earn more and be able to chip into the economy or the finance of the house. Then secondly, you actually don't want to marry somebody that you will get married to, and probably if you are incapacitated, probably a businessman, the person can't even balance the books or can't run the business. So you need somebody that actually has the basic educational qualification to be able to handle day-to-day activity of a company. Okay. So I think that's why people actually go for that.
Okay, this is getting interesting, because education, for example, it has to do with several levels. For example, if you I'm talking to you, Uche, right now, with your university degree, and you're looking at the spouse now, who is going to be your wife, to have possibly an NCE or something slightly lower as we usually consider it. Would that matter to you when choosing?
It definitely matters. I can't imagine myself marrying somebody who can't actually have even NCE. Not having NCE or not having WAEC means you can't literally read and write. Although some people are self-taught, but what we're looking at is we're looking at people who are actually educated formally. If you have the formal education, it means you can actually be able to communicate. Having NCE means you can actually relate to some level of me when I'm talking to you. But if you can have BSc, Masters, it's even better. It's more preferable, because some people actually takes time for them to actually grasp and understand what you are saying. And having that educational exposure actually plays a key part.
All right. Adiola, let me come to you with this. you are a woman, I understand that women, the modern women these days, believe that it has to be sometimes 50-50. I don't know if you believe in that school of thought. Now, if you are that kind of a woman who wants to continue that marital journey with a man and it's going to be 50-50, then considering credentials, considering educational background and all of that has to be something of importance. What do you make of your husband's educational background where it has to be 50-50?
Okay, so the point is, in as much as he's educated, he has basic understanding of how to communicate and how to run events, how to run a business and stuff. It is good enough. Fair enough. It doesn't matter even if it's NC or it's a teacher's training college certificate, because we all know that there are so many graduates who cannot even reason. They're not intellectually sound. So it's not about the degree that the person is holding. It's about the person himself. If it could probably be one of all these not so blue collar jobs, and then he has a formal education, maybe SSC or NC or something. But if he is able to project well and is open to learning, and he has an open mind, vast knowledge, it's good to go. It's not until he has a master's.
Excuse me, let me bring it clearer.
Okay.
Being able to communicate with you, being able to understand, being open to learning, it is one thing. The economic aspect of it, because you need to be highly placed to earn enough to satisfy the woman and make the marriage run smoothly. Remember that communication and all of that, love and so on, it's not the only thing that keeps the marriage running.
Yes, I know that, and I do not disagree with it. But the point is this. There's many graduates that do 30,000 naira jobs. It's not about what you studied. It's about what you have in your head, what you can offer. So there's some people who probably didn't go to university, but they have so much to offer a company or a business. Take, for example, these tech guys these days. Not all of them are university graduates. You could have an NC and then you take CCNA courses, you take web design, you take all of those courses, and you're more highly placed than a computer graduate, a computer engineering or computer science graduate. So it is what you have to offer. I need to know what is in his head, what is he bringing to the table. I don't want someone who has a master's and his master's is already redundant. He cannot break forth, branch into new fields. No, that's the basic thing. It has to be open.
Let me pan to Uche quickly. Uche, I understand that you're a married man.
I am.
You have a family,
yes.
A growing family. Now, before your marriage, did it ever cross your mind that you could possibly end up with a woman who is earning perhaps 2 times, 3 times more than you, who is far more educated and more exposed than you? Did it cross your mind? And if it did, what were your calculations and resolution?
First of all, earning power was never part of my calculation, but it crossed my mind that I could be marrying somebody who is actually more educated, in the sense that the person could be actually more qualified, having masters or PhD or what have you. It might even shock you that my wife is even more qualified. But being qualification on paper is different thing as being exposed and being able to reason well.
Reason well, what do you mean exactly?
Reason well in the sense that you need to actually train yourself to that point of being able to understand every level. I mean, part of being educated is not even just about solving the mathematics. It's part of you understanding how to reason. Let's say, as I am now, I have trained myself in a way that I can communicate with even somebody who has a BSc, a PhD, or even somebody with NCE, and they won't get offended. All I need to do is just switch in and bring myself to that level. So I thought if I'm going to marry somebody who is actually more qualified, what I need to do is actually step up my game. You know, I'm able to actually be at her level so I can actually understand what she's saying. And by so doing, we can actually reason well. Because you tend to see there's a communication gap when you have somebody who is way advanced educationally and the husband is actually laid back. So when the woman is talking something else, the man is thinking something else. Let me give you an example. There was one example one of our lecturers those days used to give. He said, before I will allow my son marry a woman, I will first of all ask for the woman's credential. I don't want to have children they will give birth to children that will look like their mothers, and when he comes around, they will start speaking nonsense. That's what I'm talking about is a professor, by the way. The first professor in mathematics in my school, by the way.
Okay, let me paint a little picture and make it more vivid for you. If you have a wife who is more educated, more exposed, perhaps had studied in a foreign country, and she has a job in one of the highest paying firms. Now, when it comes to domestic conversations, there are certain things she would bring in within the conversation that could puncture the ego of a man. I am not saying that this is eminent, but then it can come up. And the psychological aspects in it can be that she is relegating you to the background, because based on decision making, perhaps for travels and all of that, you could see that you might not be able to afford certain trips, and she is going to afford them and make the decisions how the trip is going to go. What do you do in that situation if it happens?
I told you, first of all, you have to build yourself, build capacity.
With what?
By reading books and exposing yourself, understanding people. See, most people who actually have inferiority complex, it was out of not having self-confidence. If you have self-confidence and know who you marry, then you shouldn't be more particular when issues come up. You shouldn't look at issues and, oh, is it because you're educated more than me? Look at issue dispassionately and look at issue factually, so you can be able to tackle them. Not, oh, is it because you are now more educated than me? No, that shouldn't always come. That's you having inferiority complex. And how you deal with it is by actually exposing yourself way beyond what you have learned in the four walls of the university. So if you have somebody who has gone to overseas to actually study, and I am here in Nigeria, it doesn't stop me from reading books abroad. It doesn't stop me from actually watching films and learning and asking people what, and so I can actually prepare myself for that marriage.
All right,
so,
let's take a listen to what a woman is going to say, because she is right here, and from the women's perspective, I think she's going to represent. What do you feel, Adiola, if you're in a situation where your husband is the one that is mega educated, highly exposed, from that background that can sponsor education to the highest level, and perhaps as a wife, you don't have all that merit? How are you going to navigate through that marriage and have everything balanced with your background, your educational attainment and all?
So one thing I've come to notice from what I've seen around is, no matter how versed you even tend to be, once one of the partners is ahead, there are always certain times when there are always slight issues where one party is making reference to the other party's low level or thereabouts. But the thing is, once the person knows that, if he's thinking, he feels that he has a PhD and then I have just a first degree, but he sees that I can relate on that level of the PhD, even before he brings the suggestions, I bring them to him. What I see that happens most times to ladies is they want to sell fine face, but there's nothing in the head. They just want to sell beauty without brains. So I would really like to challenge my gender, as we popularly say these days, that equip yourself to be better. It's not just the beautiful face and the figure that we have to offer. What do you have to offer intellectually? I might just have a first degree, like I stated earlier, equip myself with professional courses. And it might be something that even he that has a PhD doesn't understand. So it's basic that you're open to learning, you're good at improving yourself.
Okay, open to learning, good with improving yourself and so on. In a situation where your husband now is not so learned and he is not open to the learning, and you love to learn, you're open to it and so on. Now it's another angle to which you would be struggling in that marriage. A husband that is typically, most people would explain it this way, an African man, and you are the modern, urbanized, educated, highly exposed and so on. Where do you place education, that exposure in your marriage, in order not to alter the relationship that is perhaps going on beautifully?
Okay, so I would say that no relationship will exist if it's not open to learning. I wouldn't waste my time.
Then the man is not ready to learn. The man perhaps had felt that, oh, I'm traditionally trained, I can earn my money.
Yes.
No,
it doesn't happen like that.
Do you know that most, let me not say most African men mostly believe that what a woman needs needs is the pampering. What a woman needs is to bring money home and so on. So whatever question are concerning credentials, education, being open to learning, shouldn't bother you, shouldn't bother us in this marriage. If it is happening.
Oh, okay, I'll say maybe to a certain breed of ladies, or to a certain sect of ladies, but definitely not to all. I really believe so much in the power of what a woman can do. And I feel that a woman's place should not be relegated to the kitchen or to the house running chores. So for that, if he doesn't understand the fact that I have a passion for that, there's no benchmark, there's nothing, because I believe marriage is all about sacrifice. So if he is not ready to sacrifice certain things that he believes are the norm, if we already have issues while dating or while we're seeing each other, then I shouldn't proceed into marriage, because it's going to be a hell of a trouble.
Okay.
So there's really no point there.
Okay, before we take a short break, I want Uche to quickly tell us how true this is. Uche, would you be able to support your fiancé in education before marriage, financially?
Definitely. But I would do it guidedly, you know. If I'm going to support her to go to any education, it won't be her going there and staying in the hostel. So she will
quickly tell us more before we go on that short break.
She will likely be staying close to me or even with me. So because if you actually, you know, the both of us have actually gone to school and we've seen what some, not all, some married women do. So I will want her to actually catch up brain-wise, but I wouldn't want to lose her, because if she go to the university, she might see somebody even better. And you know, most undergraduates already have time. So they will invest time plus good looking and all that. So I will not want her to be tempted in that sort, but I will support her. Why not? I will support her.
Well, we'll come back after the short break. Don't go, we'll be right back. Welcome back. Still with me is Uche Wazigo, a real estate expert and a food engineer, Adiola Adufuwa. This is Forward, and we are talking about marriage and credentials. So Adiola, before we went on short break, you heard what Uche said, that, well, that sounded like a man who is a little bit insecure, but then I wouldn't blame him. What do you make of what he just said? Do you think it is important, for example, you have a younger brother who you need to advise towards his marriage, and you find out that he's sponsoring his fiancée in school? What would you say or do?
Okay, so it's two ways. I'd advise him to prepare himself two ways. It's either she comes back refined to him, or she goes with someone else. Because so many times, I had colleagues who were married while in school, and I knew what happened to some of them. Some of them were still loyal and faithful, but a lot of them, really, the temptations that come around, they are unable to stay on.
All right.
But then, that is married people. To now see that they are just engaged,
Yes.
Anything can happen. Engagements can be broken. So it is better that I support him, that you're close by, you can monitor. Even with the monitoring, you can still lose your fiance. So.
Okay, so we are going to do a grading, but before we start with the grading, let us quickly get this perspective cleared. Uche, first and foremost, what advice would you give young men who are planning to settle down, in case someone who is ready to settle down and someone who they're in love with, it's not so educated and time is running out? What would you advise that young man to do?
If the person they're getting married to is not educated?
Yes. And time is running out. There is no time.
First of all, does the woman check all the boxes? Can she communicate with you? Is she the type that is willing to learn? It's not even about going to university or going to the forwards. Is she willing to teach herself? Is she willing to learn from you? If she's somebody who can easily be taught, why not? When she checks other lists, why not? You can go ahead with the person and marry the person. But just like what my co-guest said, if the person is not willing to learn, I mean, you can only force the horse to to the river. I can't force the horse to drink water. It would be a no-no for me.
All right, Adiola, in preparing for marriage, what would you advise a young woman to do? Because in as much as we believe that the man is the head of the family, of course, the woman is said to be the homemaker. What advice would you give to a homemaker, well, a ready-to-be homemaker?
Advice is that she should bring something else to the table aside from her beauty. It is enough. We have enough situations where ladies are just getting married for the fun of it. They want to belong. What are you willing to offer here? What do you have to bring to the table? It's not getting married to you to come and become your father. No, you should be able to support him. What are you bringing to support him? What are you offering? Equip yourself, build yourself, become a better version. And then you will find an equal version of what you are.
All right, now let's go straight to grading. In our grading, we have A, C, and F. A is excellent, C is fair, F is terrible. Now, this is what we're going to grade, and we're starting with Adiola to help us with this grading. Adiola, how would you grade the idea of sustaining a marriage in a situation where the man is highly educated, intimidating, he's a narcissist and so on? How would you grade that idea that these are the things that are going to happen to the woman if the man is so highly educated in a marriage? How would you grade it?
Can I get the grading again? I missed out on one.
Okay,
can I get the grading again?
Okay, this is the grading. A is excellent, C is fair, F is terrible. The idea now behind it is what I want you to grade.
Okay, the idea is terrible.
It's terrible. All right. Uche, how would you do the grading? A, C, F, A for excellent, C, fair, and F.
I would want to go to C.
Well,
because the man is very educated. I think he should find a way to actually bring the wife closer.
Okay. So it's still better that it's fair
it is
for a man to be highly educated, and with that comes with other things like intimidation. Intimidation might not be what he's putting out. It might be what the other person is feeling. Very good. So this is all we can take for this show, Marriage and Credentials. And this is not actually going to be the end of this series because we're still going to explore further. Uche Wazigo, a real estate expert, and Adiola Odufuwa, she is a food engineer. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So that is the end of today's show, Marriage and Credentials. What you feel about it, you can share with us on our Facebook, 4 Walls on Facebook. Until I meet you next time, bye for now.
na tami mi ro ule pipe wu e ma na tami mi ro de pe wa wo lele bile ko yin re you know go mi yan na dran de wuga lo wo lo iku do re we no mi do ohun lo do wa do lo ohun lo wa.
We want to beg the government so to talk to Femi Adelaja. When he's coming here, we bring the white boat, that the last one boat, will come with it with many soldiers. Nobody can near the boat. So we are only begging God to help us.
Look at Torubami. Torubami, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we will settle you in another community. Torubami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
If we are a landlord you show your face daytime like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body, they will kill you so that you will not be able to move front to come and push them away.
Makoko community is an urban slum, which the Lagos State government considers a dent to its megacity ambition. The government wants to relocate and resettle the people of the community so it can redevelop the place. But the terms of relocation, resettlement and compensation are not clear. For years, the Makoko, Shoguro and Okeagbon communities have made this place their home. But recent efforts to develop the waterfront threaten their very existence. So where exactly does the government plan to relocate the locals? What happens to the fishing community? And how does a mega upscale property solve the city's housing deficit? TV360 Nigeria launched an investigation into the redevelopment plan of the Lagos State government and sought to find answers to these questions. Every morning, 55-year-old Godonu Ojo paddles his canoe to the Lagos Lagoon, just meters away from his ancestral home in Makoko to fish. Like thousands of other fishermen in the Makoko waterfront community, Godonu survives on the daily income he gets from selling his daily catch. But the reclamation activities of the Lagos State government, in partnership with the private developer FBT Coral Estate Limited, threatens not only the livelihood of Ojo and other local fishermen here, but also their homes.
I'm a fisherman too. I used to go to fishing, but when that dredging come, there's a time that they put it on the water. That time the water float with it. When somebody pass, that boat with it, there's something that's used to bring sand will disturb the person. Even though the big wave is coming, the boat can capsize. So we try to manage until they put it on the ground of water. But that thing drive the whole fish to the sea. So that thing now can drive the whole fish to the sea and drive them moving around. They will not come nearby.
Toil all day on the lagoon. So the women will smoke the fish, and then finally to the fishmonger who trades our wares at the popular Makoko seafood market. The survival of each resident is tied to the Lagos Lagoon. But residents say the sand-filling activities on the community waterfront has made fishing very difficult. According to the Lagos State Commissioner for Agriculture, Abisola Olusonya, the artisanal fisheries subsector of the state's fish supply chain presently contributes 80% of local fish production, which accounts for 40% of the state's total fish demand. She added that it also provides a major source of livelihood for fishermen in the state, and Makoko is one of the sources of the city's fish supply. But despite its economic viability, the Lagos State government would prefer that Makoko, Iwaya waterfront community does not exist. Rather than cars and motorcycles, canoes bump into each other here in Makoko, an informal waterfront settlement in Lagos, Nigeria. It is often called the Venice of Africa, but its floating slum status where thousands live in wooden houses nestled on stilts in deep murky waters tell a different story. The multicultural nature of this riverine community reflects in the language, majorly Egun, Yoruba and French. Despite being a slum, life here is tranquil. Residents engage in routine business activities, offering various forms of services such as grocery shops, door-to-door salesmanship, canoe manufacturing workshops, and even schools that cater for both English and French-speaking people.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Trouble began for the community on July 20, 2012, when the Lagos State Demolition Task Force stormed Makoko and began pulling down houses barely 72 hours after an eviction notice by the Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development. To speed up the eviction process, armed men set the wooden houses on fire. In a disturbance, one person lost his life and many others sustained injuries.
Dubai na time do bon holudo to bo we singo lo mga time ton gari do no ma time don lo ma chenchen o hole ton lo ma chenchen ton yo e mo do yin le yo ado gbe ami amo gbe do emi lo ma ba yi kle ani gari mo no e joru ba no lo yo ya beto o ya beto ya beto lo he mi do na no nu je jo yi ba no lo ye je nu sajiro asawe ji wa yi ye je nle sin saji do yan be me le ron to o me ro wo lonu e gan le po mi mo gan le gbo e jo ro wo lonu do ni jo lo me mo so ya mi gbe le gbo do wo lonu.
Again in 2020, the Lagos State government announced the reclamation of 54.58 hectares of Makoko for redevelopment by developer FBT Coral Estate Limited. But this plan has been widely rejected by residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community.
Tí a fẹ́ kí wọ́n kó wa kúrò nínú omi bí ọkọ̀ tó wà ńbẹ̀ a fẹ́ a like ẹ̀ lálálálá ni mo wí torí bó ṣe wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe fún gbogbo wa àwọn èèyàn wa bó bá ṣe díẹ̀ díẹ̀ nísìn wọ́n á kó wọn kúrò wọ́n ní níbi kankan fi sùn sí gbogbo wa nìkan wà nínú bùté wà nínú ọkọ̀ bó bá níbi kan wá sùn sí kò dáa àlọ́mọ wẹ́wẹ́wẹ́ ọmọ pọ̀ mo fẹ́ a fẹ́ kó wọn sí a lè kúrò ń bí but bí ìjọba fẹ́ tún àwọn sukuu ṣe fún àwọn ọmọ wa ó dà.
I'm a graduate of BSP Polytechnic. I graduated there, and it's from this fishing money that I was sent to school. We have many students here. We have more than 200 students, more than 300 to 1,000 students that are schooling here. We are all trained, all sent to school with this fishing money. If there's something that place, how are we going to survive? How are these people going to survive? Fine, they are talking about development. I know it's not good for we to be staying like this, like wasted. There's no way, there's no place to put waste, dustbin, you understand? No good health center, no government school here. But we ourselves, we support their motion that said they want to develop, but it shouldn't be that way. If truly they will develop the community, they should come. We, the youth, the community, everybody will discuss in a democratic way. They can't just go there and impose dredging or impose any forced eviction on us.
There's no place that can be free to them other than fishing ports. I don't know where you want to take them to. I don't know where you want to develop for them. The only place they can live peacefully is at the fishing ports. So, no to the land grabbing. You know, we have experienced a lot of things, and now we have come to say no to the land grabbing, and let us not to be chased from our homes.
The locals, made up of 3 fishing communities, Makoko, Okwagbon and Sogoro, have organized themselves on different occasions to protest the government's relocation and redevelopment plans. They say rather than build the much-needed infrastructure the community needs, the government is employing subtle means to steal their land and redevelop it for the benefit of the city's rich. In 2017, thousands of people in Otodogbame, an informal fishing community, were left homeless when officials of the Lagos State government and armed policemen conducted a forceful eviction. The raid led to the destruction of homes of about 5,000 people and the death of a man who, according to the Justice and Empowerment Initiative (JEI), was shot in the neck.
Look at Torugbame. Torugbame, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we settle you in another community. Torugbame people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now everybody now in Makoko community, all the people you have chased away, you have promised to relocate them in another community, which you didn't even do. And you now chase them to, they run into Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
These particular people are the people that spoil Otodogbame. They went to Otodogbame. They sound-feed the waterfront. They make it impossible for the people, the fishing people, to move outside. Since they can't move outside, they use the sound to block the waterfront and then wage war on them, calling the touts, the police, without informing the governor. So when they started this thing, they killed more than 5 people were killed during Otodogbame first eviction that took place in 2017.
In an apparent move to avoid public backlash, the state government chose to adopt a new approach of dialogue with the representatives of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. But things quickly turned sour when the locals felt sold out by their leaders, or bales, as they are called in the local language. Residents showed us an MOU where the bales signed an agreement with a private developer, FBT Coral Estates Limited, giving consent to the state government's proposed redevelopment and regeneration plans. The residents, however, argued that the MOU was signed without the general consensus of the community.
When they came, they proposed the plan. The youth, everyone in the community doesn't support their motion. So we said no. Suddenly they went to meet with the developer Femi of FBT Coral Limited. So when they met with Femi without our consent, they signed. We heard that they signed an MOU. They signed a MOU. When they signed the MOU, we heard about it. We are not happy because we didn't meet together to discuss this. So we were angry. We asked them that we are not in support with this MOU they signed. So they were like, we are the leaders. Anything we want is that. Anything we want is what you will take.
What I've learned so far, speaking with members of this community, is that while they are open to development in terms of better schools, healthcare and other infrastructure, they want all of this on their own terms. Now, their fear is that these developers could take advantage of them and steal their land. Now, they say that fishing is their primary source of income and any form of relocation is not welcome. It is important to understand that the MOU speaks of several redevelopment projects that the community will benefit from, such as jobs and other social amenities. But a part which speaks of a displacement and resettlement at a later date worries the residents. The Lagos State government, on one hand, promises to redevelop the area and turn it into an upscale estate in line with the themes agenda of the state. But in the same breath, the MOU speaks of a relocation and resettlement of the locals. This contradiction raises 3 major questions. Since the MOU did not mention the construction of low-cost housing for the residents, how will the construction of an upscale mega estate be of benefit to the fishing community? Where does the government plan to move the fishing community to? And how would they be compensated? These are the questions TV360 Nigeria put forward in these letters to the Office of the Public-Private Partnership, whose special advisor is Okpe George. The Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development, headed by Ahmed Kabiru, and the Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, which was headed by Salako Idris at the time of this report. Sadly, all attempts to get a response from these three agencies, who play vital roles in the redevelopment plan of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community, have been futile. After an initial cancellation of a scheduled interview by the Special Advisor to the Office of Public-Private Partnership, Okpa George, we finally got a response months into this investigation. In a signed letter, the Special Advisor gave vague assurances of the state government's resolve to work in partnership with the locals. His responses did not give clear and direct answers to the questions and demands of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. We have also tried to get answers from Felix Moka, who is named as a legal representative of the Makoko Iwaya fishing community in a memorandum of understanding. All calls to his numbers were unanswered, and he did not respond to his text messages. Despite several protests, reclamation activities on the Makoko waterfront continues. As you can see behind me, that's a dredging machine set up by FBT Coral Estate Limited to reclaim more than 50 hectares of land of the Makoko waterfront. Now, fishermen say the dredging activities, as they call it, has made fishing quite difficult. While the questions of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community remains unanswered, the sorry state of housing deficit in Lagos is better explained in these numbers. An estimated population size of 23 million residents, a housing stock of 1.49 million units, and a household size of 4.9 people puts the housing deficit of the state at 3.2 million housing units. The Lagos State government is not unaware of this problem and says it has delivered 14 housing schemes in the past 2 years, contributing 7,000 affordable housing units. While this number of homes can barely solve the city's housing problems, these houses do not come cheap, as houses range between 4 million naira and 20 million naira. With Lagos having a poverty rate estimated at 8.5% and the vast majority living below extreme poverty levels, the construction of mega estates and even the low-cost housing estate is unaffordable for an average Makoko resident. This will further worsen the housing crisis and push more of the state's population into slums and, worse still, homelessness. To better understand the state's housing situation, I paid a visit to Lukman Oshodi, an infrastructure and development expert who led a research team in 2016 on the Lagos State government's past and present policies and projects that border on urban regeneration, housing and infrastructure development in the state, especially mega projects. Oshodi tells me some of his research outcomes.
If you look at the city of Lagos and the development orientation, all these resettlement, relocation, they are yet to be fully adopted as a culture of development processes in Lagos. If you look at development trajectory of Lagos, there is no way you can have a new development without some level of demolition and all that. But the process of going about that demolition so that it doesn't really expose the dignity of the people who reside in those places into danger, into ridicule. Those are the key points that need to come into play.
Sadly, the problem runs deeper than mere numbers suggest. When evacuations are carried out, families are torn apart and may never be properly compensated or resettled decades after. This was the case of some residents of Old Maroko who were lucky to be resettled in this substandard housing in Ikota area of the state. Now 70 years old, Roslyn Odimoko was a young mother and wife in 1990 when she and her husband lost their homes when the then military governor of the state, Raji Razaki, ordered the forceful eviction of more than 3,000 residents of Maroko.
When they give us notice 7 days that they're going to let everybody pack away, we think say that is a joke. Before the 7 days, they bring bulldozers, soldiers, surround all the whole Morocco. That day of 7 days, they start demolishing all the whole places. That's during Rasaki regime. That 1990. Like I myself, I sleep for main road for good 2 weeks because nowhere to go. I have children. My husband is there. Many people, we don't know where to go. 7 days notice to go out is how Morocco. Some people are sleeping under bridge everywhere. The government still call us when we are reporting. Where are we going? Where are we going? Then give us say that we come and take our allocation paper for this 80 years a year. We went there. Then give them. Like we have 2 houses. They not even give us 1. Some people have 3. Then give them 1. It's by luck. The house at Morocco is 10,000 houses. But the people they locate for this place, both Jakonde and this, it's not all to 6,000 or 5,000. You see, when this thing happen, then give us allocation paper. Everybody comes to find the zone house here, and when we get, some people get the place, they enter. When that time there is no window, it's uncompleted building. Yeah, there no window, no door, no nothing. Like this bridge now, many people die because nowhere to hide themselves. Before we use zinc and everything, putting for the doors and this thing. After then call us again for roofers. Even they give us paper for the roofers for doors and the roofers, and we take it and come and fix it by ourselves.
While the eviction has been described as one of the largest forced evictions in Nigerian history, the people still face the threat of losing everything as land grabbers and encroachers threaten them daily.
February this month, this year, we just say caterpillar just coming. They bring sand, fill all these places. When they break, they will continue fill. When they break, they fill. When they break, they fill. We go and meet them and say, who send you this work? Because we know because they have gone and this OPC people. And then we cannot go and meet them. We send people go and meet them. Where are you coming from? Who send you? They say they want to develop. If you want to develop, not be develop. If you never see us, why you say you want to develop this place? Nobody against developer. The only thing, if you want to develop, you have to come to our community and ask us, say, what happened? This is our landlord or this is the landlord. Well, we don't discuss with you, just continue to break our house. We just begin the drag. After when we drag, they don't give us any results. We have to go back. We go to, during that time, there's one court when they go for Yaba. We went to the court, we complained, they said we should bring our allocation paper for court. We submit all our allocation paper. Still, we tell the court, say, they are breaking the house. Let's give us stop those people for us, Joshua. They say no, they cannot stop.
This is how they normally treat us in this community like this. You see these people you are seeing there, so it's accusing the landlord association. They are the land grabber and they are the agent of the land grabber. They are working for Manuel Eberu and they are working for Yemi Idowu, which is the aircon owner. So that is the way they threaten our in 2017-2018. They kill like our 4 or 5 men. When they come again this 2022 again now, there's an old woman, slum. So also a pregnancy woman also die in these cases like this. Even though around 2:30, they also tormenting. If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body. They will kill you so that you will not be able to move front to come and push them away.
We're just about running up our interviews with the residents of Ikota Estate when a security operative who did not identify himself came to us and ordered us to pack up our cameras. He also accosted some of the residents. He said they encroached on the area, and he also threatened to identify them and deal with them if they do not leave that area. He was also seen filming some of us and the residents to leave. Now, in response, the residents have told him that this is their land, and they also tell me that this is the way these unknown security operatives
come around to harass them.
Makoko isn't the only community in the threat of an eventual displacement, and Old Maroko is just one of several communities that have ceased to exist.
Believe it or not, this part of Lekki in Etiosa local government area used to be a thriving town of Maroko, which more than 300,000 residents called home. Maroko was adjacent to Ikoyi and east of Victoria Island. While all traces of Old Maroko has been destroyed to make way for this affluent neighborhood, the original residents make do with substandard housing given by the Lagos State government as compensation.
The human and psychological effects of their eventual eviction and the apprehension of what the future holds reflect in the dynamics of human dignity, protection of aquatic life, and preservation of indigenous communities in Lagos State. Folashade Ogrinde, TV360 News.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
The majestic River Niger, rising from the highlands of Guinea, it meanders through many countries to Nigeria, slicing through the commercial city of Onitsha and the beautiful Asaba on her way to the Delta, where she discharges into the Gulf of Guinea in the Atlantic Ocean. Stretching to about 4,000 kilometers, River Niger is the third longest in Africa and provides livelihood to the people of the many communities on its bank. From here, they irrigate their farmlands and fish in its deep waters. Aside providing veritable mode of transportation, it is also a source of power generation. In fact, Many people, particularly in Anambra and Delta states, depend on the river for their sustenance. Back in the day, canoes were the primary means of transportation on the river and served to convey goods and people from one bank to the other. But in 1965, 5 years after independence, the first Niger Bridge constructed by Dumez was completed. With the inauguration of the bridge, the main east-west connection in Nigeria was created. For Southeasterners, homecoming is everything. They return en masse at festive seasons to celebrate with kinsmen. But quite often, the frightening gridlock on the old bridge turns the homecoming trip into a nightmare. Femi Adesina recalls the harrowing experience of a friend who spent 6 hours trying to cross from one end of the bridge to the other.
That friend I had known long before now called me and said, please, what could I do? I said, what was the issue? He said he had been on the River Niger Bridge for 6 hours. 6 whole hours. He said, can I call somebody so that they can intervene and let the bridge flow? He said, 6 hours from the foot of that bridge, that when traffic flows, you can cross that bridge in 5-7 minutes. He said 6 hours they had spent on that bridge, and there was no hope that they would get to the other side.
But then there are those with more bitter tales to tell. On this same bridge, homebound families are known to have been trapped for hours and days on end.
I have slept there, so I have a first-hand experience of the challenge. So in situations like that, it's a nightmare, because you may even come there thinking that you have stayed 1 day. Some people tell you they have stayed 2 days, especially during festivities. It's usually a very major nightmare.
Aside the nightmarish experience of the users, the bridge also poses danger to motorists as a result of the heavy load it bears.
I've had awful experiences flying through that Niger Bridge. It has been an awful experience where we have a dilapidated bridge that for so many years it has lasted. It was so dilapidated that sometimes you'd be scared that you might end up having your car get into the river. So it's an awful experience.
There has been lots and lots of tales about that place. We've had records of the bridge quivering, motorists on the bridge actually feeling the quakes and tremors from the bridge. So it was, in one way or the other, going to end up being a nightmare. It was actually a catastrophe just waiting to happen.
Now, 57 years after it was built, the second Niger Bridge is coming up quickly to alleviate the plight of the people, reduce the load on the old bridge, and boost the socio-economic potentials of the Southeast.
The bridge is very nice. It's very good.
So we believe that since the new Niger Bridge have passed, we believe that development can come.
Truly, the construction of a second bridge across the River Niger had long been identified as the panacea to the seemingly intractable gridlock and frustration on the old bridge. Until 2018, it was the subject of intense politicking. While President Shehu Shagari promised to build the bridge, General Ibrahim Babangida challenged Nigerian engineers to design it. From General Sani Abacha to successive governments, nothing much was done except perhaps for President Olusegun Obasanjo, who actually flagged off the construction of the bridge on the eve of his departure in 2007. His successor, Alhaji Omar Yaradua, had a short stay in office, but ahead of the 2015 general elections, President Goodluck Jonathan performed another groundbreaking ceremony and promised to do the bridge.
I remember that clearly. I was in my office, in the Sun newspapers, on that day, and I remember crystal clear that flag off and the things that were said about that bridge. And it's amazing that nothing happened. And then the day the then President Jonathan also went to that side, I remember clearly. That's why it's baffling that after all those body movements, nothing happened.
It was being used for politics. Every 4 years, they do flag off, they do ceremony. After the flag off, they remove everything, and then the bridge is forgotten. After another 4 years, at every election period, canopies are set, and then another flag off. So that was why when the president now gave his word, knowing who he is, that he's going to do this bridge, considered it a flagship project, and then followed through. Today, we're no more talking about flag off. We're now talking of commissioning.
The era that was most significant vis-a-vis Second Niger Bridge was the 16 years of the People's Democratic Party. Anytime elections were approaching, they would go there, make some body movements as if things were going to happen concerning the Second Niger Bridge. Once elections came and they got the votes of the Southeasterners, they disappeared. The next time, when elections were coming again, they would pretend that there was movement on Second Niger Bridge and it would fizzle out again. Then came Muhammadu Buhari, a man from the northwest of the country, from Dara. In terms of affinity with the southeast, it's not much, except that we're all Nigerians.
Interestingly, while little was done during the period of bumper harvests from oil sales, President Muhammadu Buhari, who arrived the scene at a time of lean financial resources, became the game changer. Without the boastful promises and grandstanding of the past, President Buhari plunged headlong into the project. Today, he has succeeded where others before him failed.
I think I'm going to say it unequivocally that President Muhammadu Buhari, that is one of the greatest achievements that he has done for Nigeria. I'm not talking about Southeast, I'm talking about Nigeria as a whole. Because without that bridge, there will be no movement from Southeast to North, from Southeast to West. So even going outside Nigeria, a lot of folks that come to Aba, buy goods, come to Onitsha, buy goods, now have to transfer those goods to other nation states.
It is encouraging, it is nice to see that for the first time, we actually have an administration that has looked into that problem and preferred a real solution in the new Niger Bridge. So I think it's a positive step, one that if more of our leaders would emulate, it would make Nigeria a much better place for us to live in.
The Second Niger Bridge is an engineering marvel being executed by Julius Berger, the international construction giant. Stretching to a length of 1.6 kilometers, the bridge is equipped with a 10.3-kilometer highway. The toll plazas in both directions of the facility have 8 lanes leading to the bridge. The Owerri interchange on the Onitsha-Owerri Road is designed to provide direct access to the bridge from Obosi in Anambra State to Asaba in Delta. Construction of 2 secondary bridges at Amakom and Atani communities are also part of the total package.
All the 16 booths have been completed. The operation building also completed. Then the workshops and other ones, security house, they've been completed. Then the approach road on this project, we have 3 kilometers on Asaba end. Like I said, it's has been constructed. We only need to put the final layer of the asphalt. Then on the Onitsha end, the Anambra end, we have completed more than half of it.
On the eastern side of the bridge lies the ever-bustling Onitsha, a commercial hub that embodies the resilient and enterprising spirit of the people of the southeast. The Onitsha main market, reputed to be the largest in Africa, attracts visitors from across the continent and contributes to the hectic commercial environment of the city. As a result of the intense economic activities in Onitsha and beyond, traffic holdup on the old bridge is perpetual and frustrating. But the ongoing 7-kilometer approach road on the Onitsha side of the new facility will help to eliminate congestion and provide direct access to the second bridge. The idea is to connect the southeast and south-south regions seamlessly to the rest of the country.
You see, you are talking of a bridge that links Anambra State, southeast, Abia, Imo, to the entire Nigeria, coming through Lagos. All right, that is the route. All the containers that come from Lagos coming to the east, that's the route they use. It's quite enormous. It's something that, if you look at the economic benefit, you get very excited. There's quite a lot we can benefit from it, and it's going to impact very positively on the economy of the southeast.
It's going to lead to free flow of traffic. Of course, even our people who reside in other parts of the world, or in other parts of the country, once there is a period of festivities where all of our people return home to celebrate Christmas, Easter, and what have you, they will not hesitate. Most of them will come back home, and coming back home brings happiness home. Economically, economic will become viable because goods will move freely between other parts of the country and the southeast. Business will boom and everything will pick up.
On the other side of the bridge lies the serene city of Asaba, the capital of Delta State and once the colonial headquarters of the Southern Protectorate of Nigeria. Strategically located on the bank of the river, Asaba serves as the main entryway to the southeast from the Lagos axis. Here, traffic is usually heavy on its main highway, but to ease the flow and divert vehicles to the new bridge, a 3.3-kilometer approach road is also being constructed.
The second Niger Bridge is the artery between the western part and the eastern part of the country and the rest of the country. You can't quantify what it will do economically. Even apart from the economy, how about the comfort of the people? Going home at festive seasons, our brethren from east of the Niger love to travel at Easter, at Christmas, and other festive seasons. You cannot imagine the relief they will have on that bridge. They have slept on that bridge before. My friend spent 6 hours last December, but people who slept till the next day have that experience. So the relief will come for them.
President Muhammad Buhari is a man of few words. When in 2018 he gave assurance that his administration was going to deliver the project, many people may have taken it with a pinch of salt and perhaps waved it off as a familiar story, a tale by moonlight repeatedly told by past politicians without commensurate action. 4 years after, the dream is set to become a reality.
I thank God I'm alive to see the working of that second Niger Bridge. They have gone a long way. I am happy over what I see today. They are trying. They are trying. I pray, let the Chukwu Okike Abioma guide them. So far they have gone.
It's been a subject of serious politicking over the years. So our people kind of developed a feeling that it will never come. But all of a sudden, here comes President Buhari, who now announced that he was going to do the bridge and immediately started work.
It waited this long because they made it political. Instead of really pulling up their bootstraps and working, they turned it to a political thing. That was why whenever elections were approaching, they would go there to hoodwink the people of the region to get their votes. They turned it into a political thing. But then came President Buhari, who was not interested in fooling anybody, who was not interested in the politics of it, was just interested in action.
Under this administration as well, the long-abandoned Onitsha River Port has been revived and may soon become a port of final destination for goods bound for the southeast, thereby decongesting the existing seaports in Lagos, Port Harcourt and other cities. Stakeholders are of the view that the second Niger Bridge will boost activities at the river port and complement the multimodal transportation initiative of the administration.
Today, we talk of multimodal forms of transportation. You talk about the road, you talk about the rail, you talk about water and things like that. So this multi-approach is something that has a lot to do with impacting on the economy. So here is the Onitsha River Port, that has to do with the water, and then here is the second Niger Bridge that has to do with the roads, but both complement each other.
To ensure compliance to schedule and quality delivery, the project site has witnessed high-profile visitors lately. Aside the Minister of Works, Babatunde Fashola, who pays regular supervisory visits to the site, the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, recently led top functionaries of the federal government to see the state of readiness of the bridge.
The Federal Executive Council has passed tolling policy, national tolling. National is for the nation as a whole. So which one will be concession, toll fares, and so on, that's secondary. Important, let us finish this road.
Similarly, the Minister of Finance, Hajia Zainab Ahmad, also came calling with the Managing Director of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, Mr. Ujoji, and Chief Executives of other relevant agencies. For the Minister, it was an inspection and assessment visit to be sure the 157 billion naira so far released has been well utilized.
I can report to Mr. President and say I have seen where all the 157 billion naira has gone to. This is a project that is very dear to His Excellency the President. It is designed to uplift the lives and livelihoods of the people of the southeastern part and the southwestern part of our country.
Indeed, the transportation industry has experienced unprecedented turnaround in the past 7 years. For a critical sector that supports socio-economic growth, it's never been this good. Apart from equipping the National Inland Waterways Authority to provide navigable pathways for the movement of goods and services, stupendous amount of resources have also been committed into developing a functional rail transportation system. In addition to the second Niger and local Oweto bridges, solid road networks that crisscross the country and connect the geopolitical zones have been constructed.
When the story of the Buhari administration is to be told, of course, we will talk about the second Niger Bridge, we will talk about the Bodo Boni Bridge, we will talk about the local Oweto Bridge, we will talk about Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, we will talk about the new ultramodern airport in Lagos, the one in Kano, the one in Port Harcourt, we will talk about the new runway in Enugu. We will talk about so many things.
Just as the River Niger provides legitimate employment and sustenance for many families, Construction activities at the new facility have also given jobs and livelihood to many people from the region. In addition to this legacy infrastructure, critical road projects and monuments are also being executed in the zone. Despite these huge investments, political detractors had actually tried to sell the false narrative of hatred and marginalization to some gullible natives of the area.
With the developmental strides that the president has taken to the south, it's not just the second Niger bridge. What about the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, which the president made sure that that rehabilitation of such road is completed? Other giant projects that the president has started and also completed in the southeast is an evidence that the president indeed does not hate the southeast.
Don't forget that time was when southeasterners, people of Igbo extraction, were controlling the levers of development. I'll give you an example. The deputy senate president from southeast, deputy speaker from southeast, chairman senate committee on works southeast, chairman house committee on works southeast, minister of finance and coordinating minister of the economy southeast, secretary to government of the federation southeast. And all through those periods, not 1 kilometer of our roads, federal roads, that were in terrible state, not 1 kilometer was addressed. And all these people I mentioned are from southeast. Now it took somebody else who is not from southeast to now address this infrastructural decay. Now face the reconstruction of these roads, this critical infrastructure. Just to mention a few of the things that this administration has done in the southeast. And then somebody goes back and says he hates southeast. How does you demonstrate hate?
This president bears malice to nobody, and he has cared for the southeast as much as he cares for other parts of the country.
The second Niger bridge is an important national asset. Aside easing traffic on the old bridge, it is an inter-regional integrator with the capability of boosting economic activities and development in the southeast. Already, the people are beginning to tap into the huge investment opportunities that come with the bridge.
You know our people, we are business people. We understand the dynamics and we take advantage of opportunities. It will bring a lot of development to the southeast, a lot. And even south-south, because the bridge is coming from Asaba to Onitsha and vice versa. So the development is not only for south, it's also for south-south.
Truly, when the story of the Muhammadu Buhari administration is told, the second Niger bridge will be recorded among its greatest achievements.
When President Buhari would have been done and is gone to have his due retirement, and the story is being told, what would never be forgotten will be his footprints on the sands of time in terms of infrastructure.
I met a friend on Facebook, a Zambian precisely, so we talked about migration, that's me coming over to Zambia for a good job. So I was into fumigation and clothes selling, mobile sales before I left. So when the thought came of relocating to Zambia, when I checked the economy of both countries, I found out that Zambia, though small, but their currency is quite better than Nigeria. Applied for visa, my visa was granted, I purchased my tickets, and then I left. I flew through Kenya Airline. That was on the 1st of June. I arrived Zambia on the 2nd. And then I called this my friend, and I told him I'm in Zambia. So where I was, he moved me to another lodge, a hotel. And that was where I was assaulted by him. He was even dragging my passport. He wanted to get my passport, my yellow fever vaccine card. But because I hid it very far, he couldn't get access to it. He tore my bag, went away with my BTA. It's $885. And then I didn't see him, he absconded. When he left, he didn't pay the hotel bills. He had gone with my money. I couldn't find my money in my luggage. So when I noticed that things were not what we actually planned, I had to become friends with a gardener boy in that hotel. So that previous night, I was asked to move out of the hotel because he didn't pay the bills. But I noticed that he and the receptionist were in good accordance, you know. So I tried asking the receptionist, did that man tell you he was going to come back? He said no, and he's owing for a night, that I can't stay in that hotel. So they had to seize my luggage, you know, seize my properties. I had to look for where to sleep. So that fateful night, I slept in an abandoned vehicle where I was almost gang raped by 3 guys. You know, I had to start this Nigerian movie. I'm with HIV, I'm with this, I'm with that, you know. So you want to, sleep with me and all that. So they made away with my travel documents, my return tickets and all that. They thought it was an envelope of money. So they went with it after tearing my jean and all that. But they couldn't have access to, because I started shouting. That was around 3 o'clock in the morning. I started shouting, creating scenes, so they ran away. When you leave Nigeria, and like I left genuinely, you know, but what I proposed wasn't what I got. So it was while I was in Zambia I discovered I was human trafficked, you know. So it's real, it's real. It's real. When you go, you come back, you're alive, you just say, God, I thank you, and you pick up the pieces of your life and start all over.
As technology continues to advance globally, Nigerian youths are ensuring that they take the center stage of the fast-paced world of innovative inventions. From creating impressive programs to inventing new products, Nigerian youths are daily enhancing the quality of life and entrepreneurship that has a huge impact across Africa and the globe. Hello and welcome to another episode of Startups with me, Abisola Adebayo. On the program today, we'll be talking to two of these geniuses that are using technology to enhance the country's development. In Oyo State, Southwest Nigeria, Olushola Ayola has established a center to train Nigerians on robotics and artificial intelligence. And in Lagos, Onyeka Owika has created an application that helps save power consumption. How exactly are these guys able to do all of this? I'm just as curious as you are, but we'll be finding out in just a moment.
What RAIN does is the first of its kind in Nigeria and perhaps in West Africa, because we receive applications from Egypt, Liberia, Ghana, and so on. We do training and certification in robotics and artificial intelligence, which is the future. And developed countries are already beginning to struggle to take a position there. So normally Africa or Nigeria should just wait for all of that to be developed first before we take interest. But RAIN is saying no to that. My name is Dr. Olushola Ayola. I'm the founder of Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence, AI, is the technology of making machines perform tasks considered possible only with human intelligence. This technology has ushered in tremendous opportunities, leading to leapfrog development and attainment of economic growth and prosperity across developed and developing nations of the world. However, in Nigeria, the giant of Africa, the pace of innovation and artificial intelligence adoption has been slow, mainly due to the lack of adequate knowledge about the technology. Having lived and schooled in the United Kingdom for years, helping the country with developing ground and underwater robots and artificial intelligence, Olushola Ayola decided to return home and help his home country with the skill set and experience is acquired. This electrical engineer was determined to prove that AI can improve the livelihood of Nigerians only if there can be enough Nigerian-based experts in the promising field. In 2019, he founded Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria RAIN, a foremost training, research and innovation center focused on the creation and development of artificial intelligence-enabled technology.
When I was done with my PhD and I was done with saving and I was done with working there, even though I was working in a robotics company that was helping the UK government to decommission their nuclear storage sites, I felt it was time to go and develop that skill in Nigeria for my people. Because many times when the UK needs to get a particular robot built, they do the design there, they send it to China. So China guys would actually build the robot and send it back to UK. And I felt, wait, why can't they send it to Nigeria? Because after all, I'm the one in the company that China will send it back to, and I'll try to get it back to standard. Unfortunately, whenever I tried to contact people in Nigeria, do you know how to use this? Do you know how to use that? They all say, no, we're not taught, or we were not taught very well, or we don't remember it because we've not been practicing it. So I felt, let's have a new kind of education system where we get projects to do, we get people to train, and we get research to do. So it's all busy. It's like a Silicon Valley of ideas here in Nigeria. And so we set it up. If we had said you can only come to RAIN if you are a computer science graduate with 2-1 or anything, we will be limiting a number of people. Because you would agree with me that many people are very good when it comes to hands-on, but may not be good when it comes to WAEC or NECO or all those JAMB exams. And so for us at RAIN, to get into RAIN to study, you need to be above 15 years old. So that means you should have finished secondary school, and you should have a credit pass in your mathematics at O levels. That's it.
Ayola prides in the quality of training and infrastructure RAIN offers its trainees. He says the plan is to compete with standards from developed nations and produce the next generation of AI experts to contribute to the country's development.
It's been a series of eureka moments, like, wow, we did it again. Typically in Nigeria, and this is one thing we have learned a lot from the experience in the past, you don't set up an institution to look like the normal African standard, Nigerian standard. You have to raise the bar. So we were not competing with anybody in Nigeria. We were competing with the standards I met in the UK, which were my vision for Nigeria. You know, a school that is homely, the teachers are friendly, the environment is friendly, you have a hangout spot, you have a kitchen, you have relaxation, games and all of that. Then you have internet. You have power supply, you have facilities, like you have the kind of ambience that makes you want to learn. You have projectors, you have all of those IT facilities that will encourage students to want to learn. We have all that. RAIN is actually taking care of unemployment in the future by providing the skill that the government or the people need. That's one. Secondly, RAIN is helping to attract foreign investment, because just by having a pool of talent in the area of AI, you're a leader, global leader. Now, when people look for AI solutions globally, they just go on Google and search artificial intelligence developers across the world, and RAIN puts Nigeria on the map.
Since establishment, RAIN has been experiencing a steady growth. Ayola says students in the tech field are eager to enroll and is also been receiving partnership proposals from the government, local and international bodies. Beyond this, the institution has been building and developing impressive artificial intelligence products.
It's been growth upon growth as we've been going. At first we were training only, and then later we started doing research for people, and now we're doing product development. So it's like we keep going higher. Of course, investors have been coming as well to say, can we buy this company off you? Can we take over? Can we expand it quickly enough? And I'm like, let's just all calm down. Let's see where we're heading, because I can't quantify the worth of the company until we get to a point where I can see everything from up there. We've had business deals, project deals with major companies. I can't mention their names now, but then about 3 major companies. One is on drone for parcel delivery, another one is on energy management, and another one is on waste management. Now, this is to say a few, because we have other engagements with government in some areas that we cannot talk about. But then, for us, it's a milestone, because we started off as a training institution, and now we are moving into product development. You know, and this is the curve that if we can continue in that trajectory, there is no way saying we've got to the end point yet. We haven't.
But these achievements did not come on a platter of gold. Ayola says setting up RAIN was not a walk in the park, especially in a country where electricity is a luxury.
You know, money is never enough. You want to set up a world-class institution, you're competing with people who spend billions and trillions to set up the same thing. So how do you set up the same thing with lower and lower budget? That was the biggest challenge for me. How do I make this place look expensive, even though I'm not spending all of that money? Because I'm not the richest in Nigeria to be able to set up something like this. People walk in here and say, wow, billions have gone into this. Well, yes, billions, but not billions in money, but billions in ideas. Because my first challenge was, I must make this place look like $1 billion has been spent on it, even if I don't have that. And that was the first challenge. We did that. We did that very well. Then the second challenge is the power aspect. We run on 24 hours power. We can't do without power here. This is not a place where power will go off and everybody will be like, let's just wait for NEPA to bring light. We must have constant, because we do 3D printings. And 3D printings, you dare not wait for any second, otherwise you might lose the entire quality. So we do a lot of work, we do a lot of research, interfaces, meetings and all of that, and we need power. So the challenge there has been, how do we maintain steady power? The concept of generator, solar and all of that have come, but they can't meet our needs. We just need constant power from the government. But that's going to be a thing of the past now, because we are working on a project with a UK company on developing homegrown power solutions. And it's going to be a very large project. So one of the big power engines will be domiciled here at RAIN for demonstration and all of that.
Ismaila Surajo is one of the student trainees at RAIN. Surajo used to be a self-taught technician in his little village of Rubochi in Kuje Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory, where he's been inventing locally made tractors and machines. Surajo got a scholarship to study at RAIN in 2020 after inventing a local water provider in his village. In less than 2 years, the 23-year-old is now developing smart water meter.
I've learned how to program using my system. When I was in school, I can build a car, I'll be the one to control it. But now I can use my system to control it. I intend to become an engineer in robotic design. I can design a robot that can help the community to solve some problem. I make smart water control device. Once you put your card, it on the water for you. You can subscribe on my own water device. I have other projects I'm going to work on.
It's been sponsored by one of the people in government, because he was given an award by the president in November 2020, and now he's developing solutions that will benefit his community directly. He's building a smart water meter that people in the locality can just slot in their card, their smart card, and water is dispensed in their bucket. So that way, what he's trying to do is to encourage lawmakers or people in government to donate boreholes to communities, because the people will not take it for free. They will pay a token using that smart water meter, and by using that token, the money for maintaining that facility, that water infrastructure, is provided.
Ayola has indeed paid his dues in starting up RAIN. His vision is to make an impactful change in Nigeria's development pace and education sector by imparting his knowledge and skills of artificial intelligence. And the company's milestone so far shows he's right on track.
Give RAIN about 5 years or less, and you'll be surprised that many things we look for outside would be produced in-house. And it's not going to be RAIN only, it's going to be offshoots of RAIN, people that RAIN has actually promoted or produced, and they are the ones that would begin to solve these problems. So if you look at 10 years from now, you'll see big entrepreneurs saying, I decided to set up this business after my training at RAIN, and I figured out that this was a major business need for the country. And of course, there you go. So we are really helping the country to prepare for the future now. The structure we've set up, fine, AI and robotics is not new in the world, but the structure we have set up for AI and robotics, no facility in the world has set that up. Where you do training and certification, where you do research and projects for everybody, not for your company. For example, Toyota, they have the Toyota Research Institute, where they do research in AI and robotics for their company only. But we are now setting up something that does AI and robotics research and product development for anybody. So what that means is that we are taking this to people's homes. So in the future, RAIN may be not a Nigerian-based company any longer, but a global body, competing with the likes of SpaceX and so on. Because we have all of that model embedded in what we are doing.
The technological advancement of any society is hinged on its ability to invent and innovate, as these are the cardinal bedrock upon which development is built and sustained. With RAIN's drive to nurture and train the next generation of AI experts in Nigeria, one can say the country is well on its way to achieving sustainable development. I'm actually excited for the country. I mean, imagine the potentials of these experts that RAIN will be churning out. Anyways, this next innovator will blow your mind. With his invention, you wouldn't even need to lift a finger to reduce your power consumption and control a lot of home appliances.
Okay, at Ving Global Technologies, we create solutions for human with our full home and office automation. We do that with our OVO products and our OVO Smart app, where we make life easy for everyone. They can have total control of their home, their offices, and their hotels. And they can do all that without a human intervention using our OVO Smart app. They can control everything in their home and save the cost of their electricity bills. They can know who comes into their home at every given point. They can turn off their electrical appliances and every of the appliances at anywhere they are in the world. My name is Onyeka Onwoka. I'm the CEO of Ving Global Technologies Limited. Computer, turn on bedroom lights.
Okay. Who would have ever thought that in decades to come in Nigeria, words of mouth will be able to control gadgets without having to move an inch? From carrying out big tasks to attending to menial errands, engineers across the world are leveraging technology to make life easier for people. One of such innovative engineers is Onyeka Onwoka, a 32-year-old graduate from the National Metallurgical Training Institute in Anambra, Southeast Nigeria. Bothered by the high energy consumption plaguing his country, Onyeka decided to establish Ving Global Technologies, an engineering technology outfit, under which he developed a comfortable solution to help people control their home and electrical appliances from anywhere in the world through an automatic systemic app. He calls it the OVO Smart application.
It has been a very long time. I started developing this app, and the reason why I started developing it was I've seen people leaving their home appliances on. They left their home appliances on and went out and then came back and started complaining about their electricity bills being piling up, forgetting that once it's turned off, your electricity bills won't be reading. So I started looking for a way to help people do all that. I've seen people turn on their gas on and leave it, then they forget to turn it off. They might be carried away seeing a movie, or they might be carried away watching social media. So I started looking for a way to help people do all that without human intervention. I started looking for a way to help people turn off their appliances off, turn off their gas. Then that was what led me to create the OVO Smart app. Let's say if you want to control the light, you buy our OVO switch lights. When you buy it, you don't need to change your bulbs, just the controller. So you buy the light and then you don't need to break your walls. All you need to do is to change the fittings. If you already have the old fittings, the manual fitting, you just change the fittings and then use our fitting. So once you use our fitting, you sync it with the OVO Smart app, and then from there you can control your lights. If you want to control your gas, we have our gas controller that you can use in your gas cylinder. Then if you want to control your TV, you use our IR, our OVO IR controller to control your TV. You can use it to control your AC. You can use our OVO water heater switch to control your water heater. You can also use our gate controller to open your gates and close your gates. Ving Global Technologies will make sure your security is intact. Ving Global Technologies will make sure that your electricity bills is being slid down to 60%. Ving Global Technologies will make sure your comfort is what you need. It will make sure that you have comfort, total comfort. We'll make sure you have that easy lifestyle.
By connecting their devices to the OVO Smart app and the internet, users can control them all without moving an inch. All they need is a voice command, smartphone or fingerprints. Onyeka says the OVO Smart app is connected to all the OVO products designed by his team. The customers then connect the product to the appliances. When the customer then orders the app to do a task, he gets notification once the task is completed.
What our OVO Smart app does is whenever it does any command being said by you, it will notify you that it has done it. So let's say someone comes to your home and you unlock remotely. Once the person gains access, it will notify you on your phone that the person has already gained access. So you can see the person with your OVO camera and you can have a conversation with the person, and once you turn off your gas as well, it will notify you that your gas is being turned off. So it doesn't just turn it off and leave you blindly. So once it does the command you set, it will notify you immediately that it has done this for you. Even hotel owners, they use our sensors. Once you have a guest and the person check in, you can see it will notify you that a guest just checked in your room. So it will notify you as a hotel owner. You don't need to be in the hotel to ask your management what rooms we are fully occupied. Is my rooms fully booked? From your OVO Smart app, you get notification. You get notified that your rooms, if it's fully booked, you will get the notification. If 20 rooms were booked, you get notification. So all those things, you get notification from anywhere you are in the world.
Onyeka launched the OVO Smart app in 2020. Working in a country where electricity is not stable, he says achieving this feat was not a walk in the park.
You know, developing an app, you have to do the graphics, you have to write the codes. So I did all that with my team. In my team, I have a graphic designer that designs the graphic that I need to do. The commands, I wrote the commands on my own. So the challenges I was facing that time was I need to always stay strong. The challenges I was facing was the power issue, because I have to test my app with a generator and also test my app with the power from the government. So if I want to test it, I'll have to wait for the lights to come so that I will test it. So those were the challenges I was having at the moment while developing the app. But after all said and done, it came out a success. I'm trying to set up the internet to be able to run the program using a minimal internet to charge in kilobytes and not in megabytes. So with 1,000 Naira subscription, all your appliances will be running. And we also try to make it work with every internet providers, like MTN, Airtel, Etisalat, every internet providers. We also try to make it work with all that.
Since the launch of the application, Onyeka says he and his team continues to work to improve on the application and introduce more features to make life easier for customers.
We have our competitors, and that is why we are working hard every day to make sure we give in the best quality. When we started our app, there was no virtual assistant. What I mean by virtual assistant is using your voice to control everything. You know, it's not every time you go to the app and start scrolling, looking for the light that is on and off. So we brought in, because as each day goes in, we keep on pushing. And now you can sync our OVO Smart app with your Siri, with your Google Assistant, with your Alexas. So we keep on bringing the best every day. That is why we work hard to make sure we are at the face of everyone.
Since the OVO Smart app broke into the market, Vin Global Technologies have continued to record accelerating growth, and even though the tech firm is yet to get a major investor, it now has over 20,000 customers across Africa.
At first, when we brought it out on social media, few people came to patronize us. They saw that it was good and they started spreading the news. They started spreading everything, letting people know that we are using this thing. Like our smart locks, there are people. People have been using it for 2 years, 2 years plus, without no issues. So you don't need electricity to run the smart app. It uses a finger battery. So after 1 year, all you have to do is to change your finger battery. So people started advertising for us. People we don't even know. They started advertising our product for us because they've used it and it's working. So we started, we have influencers that helps us to do all that as well. And when the influencers does that, people use our product and see that it's of good quality because we chose quality over quantity. So people saw that our products were of good quality, and then that was how the marketing level started. We started moving from places to places, going to real estate developers, showing them what we have, and from that we keep on. That was how we started expanding. Right now we don't have investors at the moment, but we have up to 23,000 plus customers. We have a lot of customers that are patronizing us already, and we have more coming each day. We have customers coming from South Africa, from Ghana, from Cameroon, from Sierra Leone, from Nigeria. We have people buying our product from all these African countries. We don't have investors at the moment, but our product is growing because it's of good quality, and all our products are 2 years warranty.
Onyeka says the future projection is for his innovation to break into the international market and in extension save Nigerians from bogus electricity consumption, which makes them pay more.
In the next 4 or 5 years, I want our company, Vin Global Technologies. I want my company, Vin Global Technologies, to be talk of the world. I want us to be the #1 in automation system and all that. I'm making sure that every home, offices, and facility have our products all over the world.
At a time when authorities in the country continues to seek a lasting solution to energy consumption and increased electricity tariff, Onyeka's innovation, if expanded, might be the light at the end of the tunnel.
I'm actually impressed by the good work these guys are doing to improve technology in Nigeria. Anyways, this is where we'll be signing out on the program today. Until I come your way next time, I am Abisola Adebayo. Bye.
The famous Benin bronzes, because the term ancient has been kind of referred to in a way that implies that it's a dead civilization. And what I mean by that is people don't necessarily know that we are still living, that actually even after the bronzes were stolen, we continued making bronzes here. The bronzes have been made the same way and passed down through these guilds which make these artifacts. But these artifacts were treated in museums like dinosaur fossils and things that they dug from the earth. They're not actually associated with the living civilization of Benin. And so that is why today is called This is Ancient Benin. Because we are an ancient culture, we are still living. You just saw some of the songs and dances and the traditional dance troupes. You know, we have been singing these songs for thousands of years, you know, for a very, very long time. You know, but we want to showcase that we're still making artifacts and that we're living civilizations. So, so I hope that you'll be interested and you'll enjoy what you see here today.
And we put our hands together for the yourself. And so where is Mr. Lucas Okoro? Lucas!
This event is called This is Ancient Benin because as you can see, we recreated what ancient Benin used to look like. So you're in this exhibit now, which is showcasing Benin's First Guild. This work is actually called The Return of Oba Iwari. So it's a hieroglyph. It's the largest Benin bronze plaque ever made, and I made it to depict the fact that ancient Benin is called ancient Benin because of its age, not because it's a dead civilization. That actually we've been living for a long time as an ancient civilization, and the traditions and the culture that we practice have been passed down and continue till this day. So, for example, Benin actually has the oldest living guilds in the world, including the guilds of broadcasting, the guilds of wood carving, and these are guilds where membership is passed down, you know, by heritage, and they're ongoing. So it's interesting because, you know, we've recently, you know, the foreign museums have finally agreed to return some of the stolen Benin bronze artifacts. So it's interesting to be unveiling this work because I wanted to show that the fact that at no point did we ever stop making these bronzes the same way after they were stolen. There is this misconception, actually a dissociation of ancient Benin and actually the Benin bronzes from Benin people themselves. Benin people are not associated with the Benin bronzes. We're not even associated. The museums that house these bronzes actually created the concept of ancient Benin as a way of dissociating Benin people from those bronzes, because ancient Benin became some kind of archaeological discovery, like they went and dug out the bronzes like dinosaur fossils, which is not true. You know, the bronzes, we've still been making them since today, even the same way. So I wanted to show that we can still make new artifacts and artifacts that have just as more, if not more, value than the ones that they stole, using the exact same traditional methods. This actually also is to demonstrate the fact that our bronze plaques and our bronze works were a form of writing. So in 2019, I actually launched a petition to have the UK museums officially classify the Benin bronzes and the Benin plaques as hieroglyphs, which I feel is important because they are a form of writing. And usually when people hear the term hieroglyph, they're associated with ancient Egypt. You know, people are used to seeing their drawings, and there was a form of writing. But the Benin bronzes and the Benin arts have not actually been given that same recognition, that these are not just mere artworks, they're actually our way of writing. And so I wanted to actually showcase that by writing the story of Obayawari I in bronze. And so that's exactly what this depicts here. This is a very interesting hieroglyph because it shows the true story of Obayawari I, who we call Obayawari Ogidigan, who is Obayawari the Great. He is probably the most revered and most appreciated Oba from Benin history. Essentially, he was the first real emperor and the first real warrior king of Benin, and he's credited as essentially turning it from a kingdom into a full-fledged empire. So he was a really, really great ruler of Benin, and he lived in 1400s. And so the story here simultaneously depicts two things. It depicts the true story of Obayawari I, but it simultaneously is depicting the Benin traditional belief in reincarnation. So in our traditional and Benin culture believe in reincarnation, and we believe that, you know, people have 7 lives and were reincarnated 7 to 9 times. So it's very interesting, and I wanted to depict that. And the reason it's simultaneously depicting those two things is because this bronze was made during the time of Obayawari II, who is our current Oba of Benin. And when an Oba takes the name of an Oba that previously lived, it's believed that that Oba is the reincarnation of the Oba. The work is about 7 by 7 feet long and wide, and it's made out of 2 tons of pure brass. So it's complete brass, and it's so obviously quite heavy. Interesting to be unveiling this work because the British museums and German museums and some other European museums finally agreed, after many long decades of campaigning from the palace and campaigning from Benin, to have these artifacts returned. They finally agreed some kind of arrangement to return them. And so this is a way of showing that we're still capable of making the same artifacts. In fact, even better and bigger now. And that I'm actually offering this artifact to the British Museum in appreciation for the fact that they're returning our stolen artifacts. And by doing so, I believe that we can change the narrative of what museums represent. And museums have this tarnished reputation now because of their association with looted and stolen artifacts. And it's almost becoming politically incorrect to even visit museums now because there's been a lot of growing momentum towards the campaign of returning these looted artifacts. But we believe we can change this narrative because it's possible to actually give museums actual artifacts that are handed to them freely and not stolen, by giving an artifact that has historical value and saying we're willing for you to have an artifact in appreciation that returning the stolen ones and no longer having that taint. And it's a way of showcasing living history. Part of what this represents is the interest in establishing, in promoting our living history.
It gives me great pleasure, more so that a youngster like the gentleman whose work we are celebrating will return home from Britain and dive right straight to the culture that he really doesn't know too much about, but the interest is there. He came back home and then he started to do everything that you have been exposed to and that we have, been told about. It's amazing and it's very impressive. It's not only magical, it's spiritual. I mean, can you imagine having the opportunity to see something that is been over 200 years old? It's spiritual. It's like having the opportunity to see your parents of that era. So, as Benins, we are very proud of our culture and we hold them in very high esteem. They mean a whole lot to us. And for we to have them back, it's something that we'll be very grateful for. When those artifacts were in existence, there was no Nigeria. When those artifacts were in existence before the invasion, there was no Edo State. The only place that existed then was the Oba Palace and the Benin Kingdom. If those artifacts were taken away from Benin Kingdom, do we need to tell anybody? Do we need to argue where it needs to go to? It is the property of the Oba of Benin and the entire history of the kingdom. The final resting place for those artifacts is the palace, nowhere else. We are not an ancient culture. We are Benin, and the Benin people have ancient history that is still alive. This young man has proven that now, that even though we think things are going into extinction, this is reassuring that, there's so much ahead of us. There's plenty of hope that our culture will survive and will continue to survive. Our culture is here to stay, now and forever.
When you look how far the diverse fields where this man is coming from the medical field, and it's doing their two opposites. And it's doing this of our artworks, our artifacts. We all know that those are two very, very diverse fields. And then it was also pushed out of what we call a pandemic. So it leaves me what some people call wow. So we are proud of him. This is genius work, and it gives us hope because artifacts, guilds, people see them in different lights. A lot of people see them as paintings, a lot of people see them as artwork, but for us as Benin's, contemporary Benin, our artifacts are our history. And you can see what he did in the first, up there. He linked each of the various works with our history, up till the crown that the king was wearing, down to
his brothers, and how they lived in the palace or in ancient Benin. Everything is interconnected. So it's a history. It is not just an artwork or a picture. It tells us about our forefathers and our forebears. So we are happy that, like I said, it's a journey's work. We're happy. As a people, you must know where you are coming from to know, you understand. It shapes where you're going to. So the government is already committing resources towards more archaeological research on our history as a people. So with young men like this coming on board, like I said in my speech, in the speech from His Excellency, he and his team, it tells you that we have 100 of them out there. They just need to be encouraged and tapped. They have serious roles to play in shaping our future. There is a lot to be done, but what you have taken on lawfully, you have to return. That is what we are asking for. That's why we're asking everybody. So we have 1,001 Osarobos out there that are ready to do something and give out as gifts. We have been giving them gifts over the years. So we are happy we are receiving what they took away. Work is going on. It's a continuous work. It is not, the artifacts are not coming in a day. So we are prepared to receive the artifacts.
I'm so excited and I'm so happy that in my time this thing is happening, because we had thought that the Benin culture was dying slowly. And to come and see young men, very young men who have been abroad all their life, come to Benin and they're able to set up all these things. You can see all the things, the artwork they did. It's marvelous and we are happy and it's awesome. And my advice to the youth is that they should not be lazy. They should find things they can do with their hands. It's not always you think you can make money by hammering. You can make money by doing 419. You can make money really by going down to the root and find things to do with your hand. And these things will cost money and yield money to you. See what happened today now. See what has been given to the youth to go on and invest in their businesses.
This one will give a lot of young ones idea and lesson. When they say people from Edo State, they're always going to Italy, Libya, this and this, Yahoo, but not everybody. I advise them to sit down, think what to do in your country. You will succeed.
In love with my culture. Not just that I'm here, sir. If you look around here now, you'll find there are things about culture all over me. And I have written 1 or 2 books on our culture. So he knows that it's one of those things that I like. And I'm a chief and the head of the chiefs of the Benin Kingdom. If he's going to be my son, he will realize that if he hates culture, he's going to find things difficult. a surprise to me. Like I said, he went to university. That's where we sent him. To come back home and take a right about turn and start doing something else. First of all, he wants to promote a story by way of acts, cultural actions. He wants to tell the story of Obaiwai the First by producing a play on him. All those that place was a marketplace where we had to put those. Those were supposed to be the marketplace for that play. And he built 2 other houses. One of them, a palace. Behind the house, that one, after 2 years, we had to get rid of them. He wanted to do, and you see, if my son starts showing that he likes my culture, it makes me happy. The boy had been there. He visited the British Museum. And the things he saw there, something they wrote, annoyed him. And when he came back, he talked about it. And he said, the artifact that people are talking about, they put it in downstairs in the holograms and under the they didn't put them in the proper museum. They are down in the tunnels. So he was annoyed. As far as I'm concerned, they stole our artifacts. I have been, my Oba Diawa, the President Oba's father, sent me to London with 1 or 2 chiefs, with one of his brothers as well. And he wrote a letter to our people there, the Benin Union of Great Britain, that they should join me in trying to. We went to Parliament to go and plead that we want our artifacts. I've been in this thing for a long time. The point is, they stole our artifacts. And if they are having a mind change to return it, let them return it without any strings attached. There were no strings when they stole them. We want our artifacts. They stole them from the palace, and they burned the palace thereafter. They should return the artifacts to where they stole them. That's all I am interested in.
We are here to celebrate a new Gid in the ancient city of Benin Kingdom in affiliation with what it used to be the ancient Gid versus the contemporary Gid. So today we are here with Mr. Lucas to a launching of a contemporary atmosphere for creative artists in Edo State. Here I'm to exhibit my sculptures, which is made of spark plugs. The story behind this is turning trash to wealth. that is the purpose of these sparkler sculptures. That was the key thing that instigated this art form. So as we see here, we have a total of 4,000 pieces of spark plugs and a couple of 300 pieces of tire valves to create this magnificent art piece. Before this time, my sculptures were mainly in bronze because I come from a family in Edo State who is into bronze casting, a lineage of bronze casting. So at some point I had to go to school to further expand my knowledge in sculpture. And during this process, I came in contact with metal sculpture, junk sculptures. So during my final year project, I had to do something different from the usual. Then I noticed the use of spark plugs wasn't in circulation, so I had to put in energy into creating spark plug sculptures. Like that is using spark plugs as a medium in sculpture, and that's how I came up with this. Some of the challenges I have with working with spark plugs, it's about its rigidity. You know, ordinarily we're supposed to work with materials that are easily manipulated to create forms. But the challenge I have with spark plug is that it's a rigid material. So what I do basically is to have an off-cut because the plug is made of both ceramics and metal. So what I do sometimes to create my intricate forms is to break off the ceramic part of the spark plugs, which will help me create some intriguing forms, which in all together it wouldn't give me that. So when I break off the ceramics part, I think it helps me create such forms. The repatriation of our artifacts from British museums and other international foreign bodies, it's a welcome development for me because it's a homecoming event for me, because these are the things that instigated us into these creative platforms that we're in today, because it's just like taking off your history from you, and today it's being brought back in your own time. So for me, it's a welcome development. I would like to see them. I would like to touch, if possible, I'd like to touch them to see what my ancestors did. Because I know in some years from now, people will look up to my art as we look up to what is coming now. So it's a great deal for me as an artist. My advice to the government is to see to it that the creative minds here who are still based in the city of Benin should be encouraged, should be given much more better platform to express themselves, give them platform to exhibit what they have on ground. Yeah, it is a good thing to welcome the artifacts that are coming, but my view is, what about the artists that are still based there? What value should we do? So it is better also we encourage these people. I think the best thing to do is encouragement, like give them a platform to express themselves more. And I think this also will help the incoming artists. This will help more people to want to come into this field when they see people of their kind from the same region going beyond their shores just with a work of art. So I believe this will help them pick interest in wanting to come up with this as well.
The Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove in Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria, is one of the last remnants of primary high forest in southern Nigeria. The site, a natural habitat that has been preserved for over 400 years, has served as both a pilgrim point as well as a tourist center for millions of people who visit the site annually to worship and celebrate the Osun goddess that is believed to inhabit the river that runs through the grove, giving the water the ability to heal and grant wishes of its believers.
Osun Grove happened to be a site that we all refer to as a living site. It is a living site just because activities that have been carried out over the years are still performed the way it used to be then. And secondly, it is a site where the worshippers do come to perform every 5th of the day, which means 5 days. They do come. For example, in churches, we go to churches during the week, but on Sunday, we christen it to be, we go to church on Sunday. Likewise, the Muslim goes to mosque on Friday. So despite the fact that the devotees do come interval, but they have a 5 day, which they call Ojose. Aside this, the uniqueness of this site is the name Osogbo was derived from this site. The appellation of the king was derived from this site.
From the entrance, one could feel the tranquility that comes with the well-preserved forest. A little further down comes another feeling of an elevated being's dwellings. This is the Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove, one of the last sacred forests in Nigeria, along the banks of the Osun River, just outside the city of Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria. In this forest of 75 hectares of undisturbed areas of land, no residential building is allowed, no killing of any kind of animal, no fishing, no hunting or felling of trees.
Apart the fact that it is 75 hectares of the core zone and 47 hectares of the buffer zone, is one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa and second UNESCO World Heritage Site in Nigeria. The kind of people or crowd that comes around, one will be marveled why this. But it is a festival and a river that people believes in. Because of the sacredness, you can't cut a tree, you can't fish. And if you are not a devotee, there are certain activities you don't do so that you don't blame yourself.
The one path that cuts right through the grove is lined on either sides with sanctuaries, illustrations of traditional Yoruba deities and primary high forest. Adekunle Olatunji is the curator and site manager of the grove that has existed for over 4 centuries. On a tour of the sacred forest, Olatunji describes how the name Osogbo came about and what the grove stands for.
At Ipoleumu, some kilometers from here is in Iboku. There's an hunter. It's not just an hunter that going to the bush to kill rattle. It's a big hunter that hunts for elephants, bigger animals. In one of his sojourn, then from Ipoleumu looking for where they can get water, they now got to this site. On getting to this site, he was astounded. We were looking for almost a 40 kilometers from here, looking for water, still large water here. So he decided to go back to inform the king. My brother, we are hunting, I got to his place and I saw this river. So the hunter then was Oguntimeyin, while the king then at Ipoleumu is Laroye. So the two of them came down to the site, seeing what they wanted. So they decided to settle down at the bank of the river. So in one of their trying to rent the tent, a tree now fell into the river. And a voice came out of the river saying, Eyoma darling, you have broken my time, but 84 koku. So everybody the two of them were so shocked. Who is this person? Simultaneously, the spirit now answered, Oshoigbo brother. Oshoigbo Pele. Oshoigbo. That was when they knew they are in Oshoigbo. Literally meaning Oshoigbo. So now, they now felt, what is the next thing to do? In Yoruba then, something strange happened. You do divination. During their divination, they wanted to know what's happening. So the Babalawo now said, Osun dwell here. You cannot stay with Osun. So they moved from the bank of the river, move up. They now built a hut. That hut today is what we call the first palace. And there's these promises between them that we said we should leave this place. As a powerful person, they felt, how will somebody in the river be telling us to leave? So if we are to leave, what will you do for us? And I said, okay, if you are to leave, I will make you prosper. There is no war that will conquer you. Do my bidding, and every year there must be somebody from your lineage to come and bring object of appeasement to me every year.
But the grove wasn't always this beautiful and serene. In fact, there was a time it was completely infested with termites until an Austrian artist, Susan Wenger, and her husband Uli Bayer arrived to save the sacred monument. Wenger devoted some 50 years of her life to preserving the forest, and with the help of local craftsmen in the city, she transformed the sacred grove into a sculptural garden with compelling artworks and objects of habitation. Because of them, this 200 acres is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
When Mama started with the Osun Groves, she started at the area we called Ayedakun. Ayedakun is also part of the groves. Our first two sculptures are still there, where we have Obatala and Yemo. And she did that, not in one place, at the main shrine, Ebu Yamako, and inside the forest there are the sculptures there that she made. And Mama would do the art with meditating, like communication with the deity before doing any form of art. And Mama got her inspiration, from there, because she stayed there for a while.
She was invited to come and see or assist us in treating this termite attack. In doing that, she now fell in love with the culture. So she is so powerful and mystic that if she sleeps, revelations of what she is expected to do for this place will come to her. Then she now felt, for somebody of her status, there's a need for her to have people to work with. Then she now got in touch with the Oba. Then there and then some interested indigene that were into art then were introduced to her. So that was why they formed what we call a new sacred art movement. With this new sacred art movement, from instruction from her, that's why we have all these structures.
Shaded by a canopy of trees with a flight of stone leading downwards, the inner grove lies within a natural depression, marking the exact spot where the first palace of the founder of Osogbo was located. The ancient palace with its ornate pillars and elegant designs has remained in its original state for decades, and its sacredness upheld for as long as it stands. A short walk away from the palace will take you to the Osun River, which on a normal day looks just like any other river except for the utter stillness that pervades the atmosphere around it and the occasional calving in the midst of its waters. Otherwise called the Herbs of Osun, because according to its devotees, this calm flowing river transcends ordinary water. Everything about the Osun Grove revolves around this river. It's like the life of this place. You take it away, the entire place becomes lifeless. This is where the history of the Grove actually started from. And every year, thousands of devotees of the Osun Goddess converge by the bank of this river, where they pray, believing that all of their problems will be solved by the goddess.
If it is just a mere river, why the crowd? If it is just a mere river, why are people taking this water? I'm using this water in context because here we don't have river, we don't have water. Please, we don't have water. Once you are here, you want agbo, apps. People that needed one thing or the other comes here to seek for assistance from Osun Goddess. Believing, as I said, it's your faith. Believing he or she will do it for them. Whatever is being taken here is apps, is agbo. If you take it with your faith, be you me, you'll be healed. It has been proven beyond reasonable doubt.
While the Grove is a site of Osun's most sacred shrine, many Yoruba deities are also depicted here with sculptures that are centuries old and shrines where their devotees worship. Despite the sanctity attached to it, managing the Grove is not without its own challenges.
There's no lumber that will come into this site that will not pray will sleep off 72 hours. So that before we wake up, we would have cut down all the trees. We do have poachers, and despite the native laws that we do use to operate, because here you are not supposed to hunt. If you are caught, you'll be taken to the enforcement agency through the Ataj of Osogbo. And because of developmental pressure, as the town grows, you are bound to see people wanting to build closer to the site, thereby giving you problem. You have the challenge, but God is helping us through that native law. That native law don't cut, don't fish. And aside that, the native law, I will tell you authoritatively, because if all of us goes home, we have night security if they are here. If you eventually decide that you want to catch any fish, you will cook it from now till that kingdom come, it will not done. So you will definitely put yourself into trouble.
Once sparkling and clear and home to a variety of fish, today the sacred river is murky and brown. It is now under constant threat from pollution from waste disposal and other human activities. Another fascinating thing about the Grove is the standalone suspended bridge right at the heart of the forest and just above the Osun River, built some 87 years ago. The bridge has no pillar holding it because they say the Osun Goddess forbids it. One of the unique things to see at the Grove is this suspension bridge. We understand it was built in 1935, commissioned in 1936, and the reason why the bridge was constructed was to enable people around here move goods now, especially palm products, from one end of the bridge to the other. And up till this day, the bridge is standing. It's one bridge a lot of tourists who come to this area love to see. Despite the gradual fading away of celebrated African culture and tradition, the Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove is one cultural phenomenon that has not only stood the test of time, but also become a reference point for people from this part of the world. The Grove remains more or less pristine, leaving visitors with this sense of peace and a connection to the dwellings of an elevated being and the ancient Yoruba tradition.
You can't travel on a wrong road for too long and expect to arrive at your destination early. Nigerians rode to nowhere. In 1999, after a windy period of military rule, Nigerians celebrated the advent of democratic governance, hoping that Obasanjo will bet the beginning of a new and prosperous Nigeria. Unfortunately, the long military rule, coupled with most military personnel who transmutated from military to civilian rule, created a military mentality that made Obasanjo turn himself into a headmaster, who treated the governors as errand boys who could be whipped into line for disagreeing with the headmaster, using state apparatus like EFCC, while corruption went on unabated. At the end, funds were wasted until date unaccounted for on a failed third-term bid. Umaru Musa Yar'Adua was subsequently promoted as president, and Nigerians celebrated the election of a graduate for the first time, even though he agreed that the election that brought him to office was far from free or fair. But he didn't last, and you don't want to go into the political intrigues until Goodluck Jonathan was allowed to come on board. In 2011, Nigerians again celebrated the election of a PhD holder as a president who claimed he had no shoes. But in 2015, after the man obviously, have had some shoes, Nigerians wanted anybody but Jonathan. Away with his PhD. Even if it's a toilet paper certificate, we don't mind, they say. This ineptitude and incompetence was getting too much. But came Buhari, a retired general, with his anti-corruption stand and his mantra to fight insecurity to a standstill. And like others before him, promised to turn the state into the fastest growing economy in the world with massive infrastructure. Unfortunately today, Nigerians are rather leaving their own country massively as a result of insecurity, lack of basic infrastructure, inefficiency, ineptitude, and gross incompetence. Yet, with the 2023 election fast approaching, Nigerians are yet again building hopes on the same political parties and candidates who will still overpromise and deliver nothing, not because they don't want to, but because they are handicapped by the constitutional structural defect of the country. You can't run a car on diesel and expect it to move like a car who's running on gasoline or fuel. It's not possible. Nigeria is a country with a federal constitution but managed as a unitary system. Yet, the people blindly expect election to bring them development. No be juju be that. No wonder governors like Ben Ayade, Godwin Obaseki, Nyesom Wike and co. during election can hawk appointment of special advisors on a tray like someone hawking akara, appointing almost every youth in the state as SA, yet have no sustainable development plan for creating gainful employment or creating a thriving private business climate that can create jobs for such youth. Even as funds are allegedly laundered through this SA appointment process, yet nobody is worried. Yet, we must all get fixated at the center. Look at all the states of the major contenders, Adamawa, Anambra, and Lagos. None of them can boast of a public pipe-borne water. Yet we are shouting, go and verify. I created Lagos, or I will unify Nigeria. We never start. But second base, Jerry. Countries only develop when they domicile infrastructural development in the hands of the managers at the local level, except in the case of a dictator. Or maybe after the presidential election, we're expecting a dictatorial president. We have to create stronger federating units where the likes of Peter Obi can be free to harness the resources of the East to turn the region into a productive economy as against a consuming one, without anyone from other regions bothering to go verify. Or where Bola Ahmed Tinubu can use his leadership experience to synergize the resources in the West and create a sustainable economy for them without him convincing other regions that it is his turn. And Atiku can then be free to not only unify the entire North against insecurity, hunger, and banditry, but harness the potential therein for sustainable prosperity without being afraid of a Governor Wike's threats. The region can then contribute to a weaker center for the benefit of the weaker units and protection of our territorial integrity. I will therefore advocate that Nigeria as presently constituted is not working. And no matter who wins the election, with the current constitutional structure, it can never move forward or bet a future of our dream. The earlier we collectively realize that we have traveled on the wrong road for too long and must halt our trip and redirect our coexistence before proceeding on the next journey, the better for all of us. Failure to do this, we will soon realize that after the election, that the various agitations from the federating region may have been suspended for the election and will be renewed with greater strength and vigor after the election, no matter the outcome of the election. For example, if Igbo win, the North and the West will start their own agitation. If the West win, the East will renew their own agitation for Biafra. And if the North wins, then the entire East and West agitation might crumble the country. I am not a prophet of doom, but that is just the reality of our future based on the constitutional road we dey travel now. Well, not everyone agrees with me though, but you can share your own thought with us by following us on all our various social media platforms shown on your screen, and also share your thoughts on previous episodes. Remember, the most difficult person to wake up is he who is pretending to be asleep. We all know it is not working, but we pretend that one person can change it. Make we dey deceive ourselves. See you next week.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
On the news tonight, IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu sues the Director General of the National Intelligence Agency over role in torture and detention in Kenya, demands 20 billion naira compensation. Appeal Court restores Binani and Boachi as APC governorship candidates for Adamawa and Taraba states. And Nigeria's economic growth slows to 2.25% in third quarter of 2022. It's a pleasure to have you here on News Now. I am Folashade Ogurinde. The leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, has sued the Director General of the National Intelligence Agency, Ahmed Abubakar, for imprisoning him in Kenya for 8 days before his extradition to Nigeria. The special counsel to IPOB leader Aloy Ejimako said the suit was prompted by new evidence gathered implicating the DG beyond what he described as infamous extraordinary rendition. According to the suit, the court gave Abubakar 14 days to appear or be represented in court, adding that failure to show up would mean that judgment would be given in the DG's absence. This comes just a few days after Kanu's 20 billion naira suit against the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, was thrown out by the Federal High Court in Abuja. Still on judicial matters, the Court of Appeal sitting in Yola set aside the High Court rulings nullifying the primaries that produced Emmanuel Bacha and Aishatu Binani as the All Progressives Congress governorship candidates for Taraba and Adamawa states respectively. The unanimous decision of the three-man panel led by Justice Tani Hassan set aside the judgments of the lower court on Thursday and ordered that their names be resubmitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) as APC governorship candidates for both states. In September, Justice Simon Amobeda of the Federal High Court in Jalingo, the Taraba state capital, sacked Boacha after a petition by ex-aspirant David Kente. Similarly, last month, a Federal High Court sitting in Yola nullified APC primary that produced Binani as the party's governorship candidates for Adamawa after a former chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC), Nuhu Ribadu, had dragged Binani and INEC before the High Court, alleging vote buying and illegal delegates list at the primary. However, the appellate court on Thursday set aside both judgments, restoring the candidature of Boacha and Binani. Well, to speak more on this, Liberos Oshoma, legal expert, joins me now. Thank you very much for joining us. A month ago, the Taraba and Adamawa state had no APC governorship candidates, but the Court of Appeal has reversed this decision. Can you give us more insight into this development?
Yeah, thank you. You see, it's what I call, first and foremost, a ruling party syndrome, where every ruling party, you always have, at every primary, you always have this factionalization, and factionalization will lead to, election petitions such as this. In 2019, we saw it happen. Pre-2019, if you remember, before 2015 election, it was a recurring decimal with PDP governorship aspirant. But matter goes to a head in 2015 when the APC had to, lose completely two states. I think 2019, yes, Zamfara and Rivers State, over issues that had to do with candidature. And now we're seeing it playing out again. We saw the case of the Akpabio case in Akwa Ibom. We saw the Machina in Yobe State, and then governorship candidate in Taraba and Adamawa State. Basically, even the court in most times had been also cautioned not to unnecessarily interfere in the affairs of political parties. But when the procedures for nominating candidates in the primaries are not followed, the court is always called question to look at the processes if all the provisions of Section 84 of the Electoral Act had been complied with. And that was what happened.
Sorry to interrupt at this point, but some would say this is politics of power, as the Federal High Court did not find them worthy, but now the Court of Appeal has made a reversal. Would you say this is politics playing out, and what does this say of the country's judicial system?
Yeah, it's basic for me. I will not begin to, look at it from the prism of politics once the matter is in court, even though definitely there are one or two interferences here and there that can be alleged. But like I said, if the provisions of the law, Electoral Act, Section 84, 1 to 14 are not complied with, the court also, even INEC in some cases, had a right to write a report to say, we did not monitor these primaries. And once that report is missing, we have seen it also in some APC matters in Cross River State. Once that report is missing, what the court will eventually do is to say that since this report it means that the primaries was not validly conducted. So in this same vein, these are some of the issues that played out. But the Court of Appeal, in its wisdom, had heard otherwise. At the Federal High Court, it's a panel of one man. At the Court of Appeal, it's a panel of three. At the Supreme Court, it's a panel of five. So like we say, two good heads are better than one. So that's why once the matter happens, usually for some of us, we look beyond the Court of Appeal and we look up to the Supreme Court. No matter how the Supreme Court look at it, that's when we now begin to say, yes, the court has spoken, and then now begin to look at the rationale for the decision so taken. But until that is done,
it's a wait and see situation, and we'll see how this plays out. That's if it escalates to the Supreme Court. But Liberos Oshoma, a legal expert, thank you very much for your time and the contribution. The federal government says it has recovered $1 billion in looted funds since the inception of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration till date. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, will disclose this while briefing State House correspondents at the end of the weekly Federal Executive Council meeting, affirmed that the recovered assets had been deployed to various sectors of the economy, including poverty alleviation. The AGF also expressed government's concern over sundry cases of budget padding, describing the development as worrisome. Our correspondent Mir Kanu has more in this report.
President Muhammadu Buhari's administration is seeking better ways to tackle corruption, especially in the area of misappropriation of funds in government-owned institutions. The Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, will disclose this while briefing State House correspondents at the end of the weekly Federal Executive Council meeting, said successes have been recorded in blocking leakages. While revealing that the preceding government recorded only 109 convictions before 2015, Malami said the Buhari administration has convicted over 3,000 offenders and recovered about $1 billion to date, adding that the new anti-corruption strategy will strengthen the war against corruption between 2022 and 2026.
But today, we are recording successes in terms of convictions to the extent that a single agency of government, if you take, for example, the EFCC, within a year, I'm talking of 2022, we have recorded over 3,000 convictions. The government of President Muhammadu Buhari has succeeded in recovering around $1 billion from its inception to date.
Speaking on the issue of budget pardon, Malami said the federal government is closely monitoring the budget defense sessions at the National Assembly and decried the menace allegedly carried out by ministries, departments and agencies.
Budget pardon, as far as the development of the nation is concerned, is indeed a serious issue that has the capacity, just like corruption, to set our development back. And I think it is indeed a great source of concern, and I share your perception in being concerned about the budget pardon arrangement.
Also speaking at the briefing, the Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, revealed FEC approved the augmentation of over 14 billion naira on the contract sum for the completion of the Kano Western Bypass, propping it up from 22 billion naira to about 37 billion naira.
Council considered and approved the augmentation, which was for 14.095 billion, to revise the contract sum from 22 billion to 36.869 billion. Some of the items covered by the augmentation include the old amount of the VAT, 7%, the need to construct a flyover at Dawanu International Market interchange.
The minister also reiterated the commitment of the President Buhari administration in completing all projects before the end of its tenure, revealing that the completion of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway is being delayed due to the construction of drainage systems along the highway by the Oyo State Government. Mary Kanu, TV360, Abuja.
The Senate has asked the National Council on Privatization and the Bureau of Public Enterprise to suspend indefinitely the proposed concession of the 700-megawatt station in Niger State pending the conclusion of an investigation by its Committee on Power. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Power, Gabriel Suswam, explained that it will be unacceptable to concession the power plant without ensuring accountability and proper management of unsettled external loans tied to the project. Federal lawmakers, including the Senate President Hamad Lawan, supported his stance, pointing out the failure of the privatization of the power sector.
The adequacy or otherwise of selection criteria for the concessionaire and to generally establish whether the proposed concession of the Gero hydropower plant is an exercise that would ensure that government gets the deserved value for funds expended on this project and report back to the Senate within 2 weeks.
Looking at the amount that has been spent in that project and looking at the fact that even if that project is completed 100% today, we do not have the capacity to be able to take all the power that it will generate into the national grid.
To suspend indefinitely the proposed concession of the 700 megawatts Ngeru hydroelectric power plant in Niger State, pending the conclusion of investigation by the Senate Committee on Power and the subsequent adoption of the decision of the Senate based on the findings and recommendations of the committee. Those in favor prior to say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate, thank you very much.
The Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Pauline Tallen, has said that 34 states in Nigeria have domesticated the Child Rights Act, which was enacted by the federal government to reduce child abuse in the country. The minister disclosed this while featuring on the weekly briefing organized by the Presidential Communication Team in Aso Rock Villa. Tallen further explained that domestication of the law would increase child protection and also contribute to the reduction of gender-based violence in the country. Talent will identify the low number of women in politics and other leadership positions as a major setback to the country's development, called for 50% affirmative action for women, saying the usual 35% is no longer tenable.
Today, we have 34 states that have domesticated both the VAP Act and the Child's Rights Act, as against 9 and 12 when I assumed office. But today, I'm proud to say that with aggressive advocacy across the states, all the 36 states I went around, appealed to them. Most times, I even go into the House of Assembly to address the State House of Assembly with the permission of the Speaker. I did that in Uyo. In fact, I remained there until they passed it. The law was passed in my presence in Oyo State. So Oyo did very well. Bauchi, the same thing. I was in the House to address them. And all the states said this is the first time a woman has taken an advocacy on such a very important issue to the State Assembly. They appointed 7 women in the Federal Executive Council, and all the 6 women plus myself have not failed Nigerians. The 6, all the 7 members of the female Federal Executive Council are doing very well. Participation of women in nation building, all spheres of life. In fact, we are not only demanding for 35%, but Nigerian women deserve 50% in all spheres. It's happening in other countries. It is not that Nigeria, we are not begging, but we deserve it.
Paul Tohib Adisa has emerged the best overall graduating student of the Yaba College of Technology at the 34th convocation ceremony of the institution. A total of 7,554 graduates from 3 academic sessions between 2018 and 2021 were awarded ordinary national diplomas and higher national diploma certificates and prizes on Thursday. Out of the number, 500 with distinction and 5,921 with upper credits. Our correspondent, Simisola Adigun, has more details in this report.
The COVID-19 pandemic-driven school closures, which disrupted the traditional academic calendars of all institutions in Nigeria, has brought together 7,554 graduates at the 34th convocation ceremony of Nigeria's premier tertiary institution, the Yaba College of Technology. Parents, graduates and principal officers of the college were on ground for the award ceremony. Giving his last address as rector of the college, Obafemi Omokungbe railed out achievements made by the institution during his 5-year tenure. While congratulating the students for the successful completion of their programs, Omokungbe expressed gratitude to them for their support.
The focal point of the administration was aimed at drivers on administrative restructuring, academic standard and enhancement, staff and students' welfare, internally generated revenue, physical and infrastructural development of the college, and the establishment of an endowment fund. We strive through the tenure of 5 years to remain faithful to these beacons as a basis for how posterity will see us.
Graduating with a cumulative grade point average of 3.92 out of a possible 4.0, Paul Tohib Adisa emerged the overall best student for the 2020-2021 academic session and was awarded a cash prize of 500,000 naira and other gifts. Adisa encouraged the graduating students to excel in their various fields and remain steadfast in achieving their set goals.
I knew I can do it, but at first when I came in it was very challenging because I didn't do my handy year, so I have been to the Polytechnic of Ibadan where I graduated with distinction as well, so before crossing to this place. So when I came here I faced a lot of challenges. Some of them is the financial constraint, because at some point I felt like withdrawing because I had to sponsor myself during the course of the program.
Other graduates who couldn't contain their excitement expressed optimism about the future.
It has been amazing. In fact, I would say, like normally, we all know about tech is a very wonderful school. it's not been easy. Try during exam periods, we have to read like back to back, and exams are like 2 weeks back to back. We have to read very, very, very hard. So I'm really grateful to God.
What future holds is to explore more, because there are a lot of opportunities ahead. Gather as much experience as I can in my field, further as much as I can, master's, PhD, and future is bright, definitely.
The Minister of Education and Guest of Honor, Adamu, who was represented by the Director of General Services, urged the school management to expand its internal revenue sources following the successful launching of the 50 billion naira endowment fund. He also called for increased interaction with the international community, which will help technical level education compete favorably with other forms of tertiary learning. Simisola Adigun, TV360, Lagos.
Well, we'll take a break here, but still to come, China's COVID-19 infections hit record high as economic outlook darkens. Details of the story and more right after this break. Welcome back to News Now. Here is a recap of some of our top stories tonight. The leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, sued the Director General of the National Intelligence Agency, Ahmed Abubakar, for imprisoning him in Kenya for 8 days before his extradition to Nigeria. The special counsel to the IPOB leader, Aloy Ejimako, said the suit was prompted by new evidence gathered implicating the DG beyond what he described as a famous extraordinary rendition. We also told you that the Court of Appeal sitting in Yola has set aside the High Court rulings nullifying the primaries that produced Emmanuel Boacha and Aishatu Binani as the All Progressives Congress governorship candidates for Taraba and Adamawa states respectively. The unanimous decision of the three-man panel led by Justice Tani Hassan set aside the judgments of the lower court on Thursday and ordered that their names be resubmitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) as APC governorship candidates for both states. Well, in case more updates, do log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online. China has reported record high COVID-19 infections on Thursday, with cities nationwide imposing lockdowns. Mass testing and other curbs are also feeling frustration and darkening the outlook for the world's second largest economy. The resurgence of infections nearly 3 years after the pandemic emerged in central city of Wuhan casts doubt on investor hopes for China to ease its rigid zero COVID-19 policy soon, despite recent targeted measures. The curbs are taking a toll on locked-down residents as well as output as factories, including the world's biggest iPhone plant, which has been rocked by clashes between workers and security personnel. We'll take a breather and return with more stories. To stay with us.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Simi Saladigo is on standby to bring us up to speed on the latest in the world of business. Simi, what's the latest?
Thank you very much for that, Shade. Now, Nigeria's gross domestic product has grown by 2.25% year-on-year in the third quarter of 2022, down from 3.54% in the second quarter, marking the slowest growth since the COVID-19 pandemic. This is according to the National Bureau of Statistics in its latest GDP report for the third quarter of 2022. According to the NBS, the slow growth is attributable to the base effect of the recession and the challenging economic conditions that have impeded productive activities. On a year-on-year basis, the NBS said the third quarter of 2022 growth rate decreased by 1.78 percentage points from the 4.03% growth rate recorded in the corresponding quarter in 2021 and 1.29 percentage points relative to 3.54% recorded in the second quarter of 2022. We'll take a short break here and be back with Stock Market Report. Stay with us. For the fourth time this week, Nigeria's equities markets closed in the positive region, rising by 0.81% at the close of trading on Thursday. Consequently, the benchmark all-share index and market capitalization increased as well to 44,604 basis points and 25.3 trillion naira. Now, Airtel Africa and Boa Foods led the high bullish market with a combined gain of 1,413 naira. The performance chart shows that a total of 138 million volume of shares valued at over 2 billion naira were exchanged in 3,434 deals. It's the greens for our select foreign stock as well. The UK's FTSE, US Dow Jones and Japan's Nikkei traded high on Thursday, reversing earlier losses. That's the stock market report. Falashade, back to you.
Many thanks to Mr. Laf for that update. Now on the foreign scene, Uganda has recorded a drop in the number of new Ebola cases, with some districts going for at least 2 weeks without registering new, ministry officials have said. According to local media, authorities say Kampala, the capital, had not recorded new infections for at least 2 weeks. The development is a major sign that East African countries are having a measure of success in efforts to combat its latest outbreak of the deadly hemorrhagic fever disease more than 2 months after it was declared. And now in sports, Bril Mbelo has scored against the country of his birth as Switzerland defeated Cameroon 1-0 to make a winning start to the World Cup campaign on Thursday. Mbelo struck 3 minutes into the second half as Switzerland secured a vital 3 points in a group that includes tournament favourites Brazil and Serbia. Cameroon have now lost their last 8 World Cup matches going back to 2002. And that's the size of a news bulletin. Many thanks for watching. I am Fola Shadi. Ogurinde. Bye for now.
Danfo is the most recognizable cultural icon or artifact as it is in Lagos currently. You know, when you look at every city in the world, most cities have like a particular structure or object or something you can use to represent or identify them. Lagos has quite a number of artifacts, but I think and I believe Danfo is like an outstanding cultural artifact that once you put it, it symbolizes Lagos, and everybody who knows Lagos can easily recognize Lagos with the Danfo. So I feel it's the best thing to do by using Danfo to create my art, or using it as my major means of telling my artistic stories. Portraits of public figures in Lagos. It's a collection that is talking about people who play important role in our day-to-day lives in Lagos, just like the truck pusher, like the market woman, the Okada man, the keke rider, and even the conductors and the admirers. They're making Lagos going and keep Lagos moving. So I believe when we talk about public figures, some people might want to think about some particular people who really are not serving the public. So I believe these people have been playing important roles, and they've been serving people over the years. Have you ever imagined like a particular driver who runs like 5 trips in a day, and he runs the road for 1 week? How many passengers is he serving? How many people is the conductor attending to? They are actually public figures, but because we don't really see them as important enough, that is why we don't honor them enough like the way we honor some other people who really don't serve us, and we consider them public figures. But I also believe that these guys are public figures, and they should be given some recognition and should get some reward for the work they have put into our culture today. So that's why we have them as the major means of my characters for the exhibition. I want to believe minimalism is a reflection of my personality, because every artist sort of is representing himself or herself, and it's the way you behave, the way you think, the way you do things, and the way you love things. That's how you will create your own art. So your artwork is just like a reflection of your personality. So it's just an expression or an extension of you. So when you see minimalism, it is me you're seeing, and it is the way I think and the way I behave that is reflecting in my work. And another thing I like about these works is that it's very easy for you to get people interested in the message, because there is nothing else distracting them from the message. So minimalism takes people straight to the point. So once they see just one line, there must be something about it, and that is all we are trying to decode. And it makes more sense instead of clouding a painting or a drawing or an artwork with so many other unnecessary subject matter. The exhibition has gone global already, because first it's done in Alliance Francaise, the Lagos and Alliance Francaise in other countries like in Accra, in Nairobi, in so many other countries. They have been seeing them also liking the work, and people from all around the world, even as far as America, Europe, have seen the show. So first, the show has gone global with the collaboration I had with Alliance Francaise that has puts this work to limelight, and I believe after this very exhibition many other people and galleries would want something like this to run in their space. So that is already in the making. A lot of conversations are ongoing, and I am trusting that it's going to be great in the next outing, because it's going to be another big platform just like the one we have here. For these works in this particular exhibition, they are all paintings, and the paintings were done with acrylic on canvas. And so basically it's acrylic on canvas I used for this work. Although I work with so many other materials, like I do digital creation sometimes and I print on canvas as well, then I also do installation. So I quite have multiple forms of art, but for this exhibition, acrylic on canvas. Yeah, there are a lot of VIP downfall buses on the streets. If you would have noticed, like sometimes you write VIP. I have been into vehicles with VIP. I even took selfie right inside it because I was in a VIP downfall. So automatically, I want to believe it's a VIP driver. The passengers are also very important people. But conductor basically is a very important person in the downfall bus, because it's more like the accountant, it's more like the HR person, is still the PR person. So I think I'm just trying to put some respect or trying to give some honor to the functions or the duties of a conductor who administrates the downfall bus. So that is why I created the VIP conductor after creating the fine boy conductor. Yeah, the fine boy conductor should just probably refer to like a fashionista, but in this case, it's just trying to show a little bit importance that is needed to be accorded to the conductor. And I have never included blue on a painting that has to do with Agbero conductor before. And blue, for me, it's a bit royal. And putting it on this painting is just because I'm trying to honor a few conductors that I would have entered their buses and appreciated the way they were managing the transport bus. Some of them are very good entertainers as well. So that's why I have a VIP conductor here. This is Market Woman. My mom is actually the Market Woman, and I was born around that period when she used to be actively selling in the market. She used to sell at Boundary Market because we were living at Ajegunle then. So right in this painting, I depicted myself and her, like I'm the one at her back, and she's carrying me like she would carry me to everywhere when I was young as a child. And I tried creating a design of a wrapper with the tomatoes and pepper she used to sell. So that's why you have the circles of orange, yellowish, reddish kind of colors, which shows pepper tomatoes. And right here I depicted like the yellow and black nylon that they use in selling in the market. Although it could also serve like a downfall, because she probably would be entering downfall too at that point in time. So I just try to create a story that will show the everyday experience the regular market woman goes through. They leave the house very early in the morning, sometimes around 4, 5, even with babies like me when I was small. And whatever the weather was, the children experienced it with their parents. So that's my life, and that's what the painting is about. Yeah, right at my left is Fine Boy Conductor. It's one of my favorite pieces from year 2020, and I think it's quite a very popular and loved piece because I knew I used it to apply for Artex Review back then, and I was selected for it because I think the work speaks volume. And you know, like I said earlier about the other piece who was a conductor, I was talking about the importance of conductor in the Lagos traffic system, and I have met a Fine Boy conductor before. I can remember one particular guy that I entered his bus from mile 2 to Oshodi. He sounded like a graduate because his English was very polished, and he looked quite neat and good, and I just felt like, yeah, their conductors were also Fine Boy. And probably situations around us in Lagos or life, or since some of us don't have opportunities to get what we want, some people might just choose to do that in the meantime. So it's just a thing of recognizing those people who want to genuinely make their life or make ends meet for themselves. So you could find some Fine Boy conductor, and I think they deserve some honor and some respect as well. That is why I did a particular piece just to honor the Fine Boy conductor. I have another of my beautiful pieces, and it's the Danfo driver. And I think Danfo to me suggests speed a lot of time, and capturing speed in art is not really easy because the art is static and it's still is just there. But I think I tried showing the speed in the body of the driver himself by showing some kind of cut lines which you could also connect to the way they design Danfo buses. But another thing I have known about the Danfo drivers is that because of the hardship of the road and the people they are dealing with, they have to have a different kind of high, and their eyes are red because they have to deliver. So I have just tried capturing all these so plenty stories and events that happen on the daily basis in the Danfo driver's life in this small painting. And I also try showing the Danfo bus with the yellow colors and the black line down here. So basically, if you want me to begin to explain color again, I could tell you that, like, you know, they have some kind of hopes and beliefs and a future for their business or for whatever they're doing. So like you could see, I have a different color that is not common in the Danfo scheme, just to show that aspiration or desire for something more beautiful that will come out of all these experiences. I knew I also met a driver who, not a Danfo driver actually, but a driver who was telling me that he's believing that someday he's going to carry somebody in his vehicle and they will be able to discuss about things in life and the person could change his life. So he has very, very positive expectation about the work he's doing, irrespective of being there. He believes there's something better for him out there, but he believes the person who is going to make the difference could be one of the passengers that will patronize him. So I just think I would encourage Danfo drivers to keep the hopes alive if they have hope. For those who are losing hope, I'm encouraging you to have hope, because there is hope, and once we keep the hope alive, the difference will be made in our lives. I have my Danfo chief right here beside me, and I know in every kingdom they kind of have like royalties or chiefs or kings or people that they hold to some respect or some regard. And in the Danfo sector, we have people that we actually look at and we give some regard to, like from the park, from the streets and all of that. And somehow they don't get any chieftaincy title for their position, but people respect them because of the personality they have right in the park or on the street. So I just felt that there was a need to create a painting that could honor like those people who have really put themselves in position to control and place some sort of order in the Danfo system. So in the painting, I tried creating like a bead made with black and yellow, just to use the Danfo color for the chief. So this is the chief. I hopefully would also want to be one of the Danfo chiefs in the future, because it's going to make my work make more sense to people, because I'm also trying to make a difference with Danfo. So that is why I created Danfo chief. For those of us who patronize Danfo buses, we have met different people inside the bus, and we know one of those popular characters I have personally encountered are those fashionistas, or those slave mama as we call them, and you may never believe some of them enter Danfo buses because of the way they carry themselves. They could enter a Danfo bus to a journey, like they started the journey with a Danfo bus, but they end up entering maybe like a ride or a drop later, and they don't want to create the impression or give anybody the impression that they patronize Danfo. And I think what I want to do is to get us to talk about that story, about those kind of people. And so that is why I did a yellow CC, and the yellow just resonates with the color of the Danfo. So she's a Danfo CC, and she's more or less like every other passenger, but she wouldn't want to be associated with Danfo. But I am saying, babe, I saw you in the Danfo bus. The next piece right here is Johnny Just Come. That's the full word. In Lagos, all of us know JJC with the column. So when we say JJC, we're actually referring to a newcomer, somebody who is new to Lagos. And once somebody is new to Lagos, the tendency that the person is new will reflect in the way the person behaves and the way the person does things. And you know, just to make it interesting for people who are new in Lagos to know that there's something like JJC, I have created a painting that talks about such kind of people, or that will make people to reflect about their traveling to Lagos. If they are coming for the first time, they just need to get people who give them the right information, so they would have a very wonderful experience in Lagos. I tried making it a little bit symbolic by, like the body of the person shows more like a direction. So this person is calling out for direction, and the person has the chances of getting the right direction, which was symbolized with the blue line, or getting the wrong direction, which I have symbolized with the red line. So, and for this very JJC, or for every other JJC who probably were not fortunate enough to meet the right person, their eyes could turn red after a very funny experience. So that's why the figure here has a red eyes. So, and I think anybody who is new to Lagos and hears about this work would be conscious of the fact that they're in a new environment. It's not only Lagos, wherever you go to, you will also become a JJC, not until you get used to the place and the people and what they do. So, but it's a good thing to experience new things, to travel around, and that's the more reason why I created this particular piece called JJC. The prevalence of Okada in Lagos especially, I think, is as a result of the constant traffic we experience. Even on my way here, I faced traffic for almost half of the time that it would have taken me to get to the gallery space, and I think it's really a concern for so many of us. because we want to move, and people would rather want to jump on bikes just to save time. I live around mile 2 axis, so I can tell people much more about Okada than so many other people who live in some other areas in Lagos, because the traffic there is just crazy most of the time. And because of that, people take Okada. I found myself in traffic for hours, but just because I am not the Okada person, I would rather sit in the traffic. But I think it's just important to say something about the Okada culture. And I could say some of them are very, very reckless, and that's the more reason why I don't recommend it, but I have taken it at so many occasions too. So I just tried capturing the Okada man, because I believe the Okada man is a significant figure in contemporary Lagos culture. The concern about culture, both for Nigeria and for everywhere in the world, is that it metamorphoses over time. There are things that were used when I was a kid that I'm no longer seeing them used by anybody anymore. And that is how the government have tried to see how they could face off Okada, even if it is still there. But I just believe that every aspect of our experience or our Lagos today should be documented, and all the characters should have a place on my canvases. So that's why I created this Okada man. But this piece is interesting because it depicts somebody who has become what he's doing. Like, you become your profession. You are inseparable from your profession. You cannot be understood in isolation. You could see the man holding the bike, and you could see the circles down there. So, but his body has become part of the machine that keeps the Okada going. So you can't separate the Okada from the man. And everybody in Lagos knows that we call them Okada man. So we have even used the language, that's the linguistic connection of the word for that person to include his profession. So calling him Okada man is like tying Okada to his personality, and that's like a professional name for such profession, even if it is not considered like a real profession. But I just think it makes sense when you create pieces that really speak volume. It's more or less like what I did in my truck pusher painting. I know you can't cut the word truck away from the pusher, so it goes together, and the truck pusher is one person, but in the painting too, the truck and the person, they are one. So it's just that kind of interesting thing I think I've been able to create through this particular piece right here before us. I have Area Mama right beside me, and you know, she's like a very, very popular character in the streets most times, because there are always women like that in very many societies or on the streets, where some people are very much recognized because of their influence in terms of their personality. And in most cases, like in Lagos setting, when it has to do with the Danfo guys and all those kind of things, they are very colorful people. They wear like different colors, like very fashionista. You see several piercing, you see colored hairs, and you know, all of that. So I'm just trying to depict that flashiness of an area mama in this very painting. So that is why you see the colors very vibrant and coming out. I wouldn't know why ladies like blue, but I tried borrowing blue and pink, each color, just to show that love and connection for for blue and pink. So I want to believe you will love it when you see it in person.
I think it's an interesting tribute to all the people working on the street of Lagos, because we all know that Lagos is very, crowded and busy, and the hustle and the bustle of Lagos. But the way Mr. Danfo represented is a very minimalist way, with just few lines. It looks like it's not much work, but it is actually. And I think the fact that he called this Public Figures of Lagos is interesting, because when you look at it, you might think it's just few lines, or it's a robot, or you're not very sure, and then you understand that it's the KK driver, it's the Okada man, and the way he represents it is quite intriguing, because it doesn't look like that in real life, so it's a nice transcription.
I've known the artist for more than 12 years now, and he has passed through my studio a couple of times. I knew him when he was in school. He was always bringing his ideas, and I saw him as a young man who is full of ideas and is always itching to express himself. So when he came up with the idea of Danfo, in fact, what I told myself was that I'll come and sit at the show, and I'm here. What I've seen today is the use of lines, shapes, what we call geometry, to achieve an effect of what we also call minimalism, meaning that you can use a line to represent a human being. That means you have minimalized that particular figure. So that is what he has employed to express himself, and it has come out in a very beautiful way, because when you go through the work, you will see stories rendered in a very simple way that is not complicated, and that's also very easy for anybody, any Dick and Harry, to understand. That is the essence of what he has done. I think I need to commend him, because many artists will not do this part.
I came to find a very interesting show here by Linus. It's a young man, a young artist whose work is really interesting because it's historical. It's work that dealt with reality. It's work that concerns itself with about issue-based matter that we find around in Lagos. If you come to look at the works, you find the yellow buses, which is quite significant into almost all the pieces he has done. You find the Okada rider, you find the keke napeps, and you find the fact that it's trying to call our attention to see the kind of people that commute us from one place to another. We all board some of these means of transportation, like the keke napep, the buses, the Danfo. And some of these drivers are sometimes very high on drugs, and we kind of risk our life allowing them to drive us, even roughly on the road. And if you try to talk to them, they complain. For you to find an artist quite interested in these details is something that piqued my interest in coming to the show to see what the artists have done. And sincerely speaking, it's awesome what I'm seeing on ground. He's not interested really about just decorative art. These are works that dealt with issues that concerns the average Lagosians. Lagos is quite home for almost all sorts of people. You find almost all the tribes of Nigeria in large quantity in Lagos, and the artists have taken his time to look at what is very common to almost all the public living in Lagos. For me, it's a very interesting show, especially for the fact that these are issue-based ideas.
On the news tonight, IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu sues the Director General of the National Intelligence Agency over role in torture and detention in Kenya, demands 20 billion naira compensation. Appeal Court restores Binani and Boachi as APC governorship candidates for Adamawa and Taraba states. And Nigeria's economic growth slows to 2.25% in third quarter of 2022. It's a pleasure to have you here on News Now. I am Folashade Ogurinde. The leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, has sued the Director General of the National Intelligence Agency, Ahmed Abubakar, for imprisoning him in Kenya for 8 days before his extradition to Nigeria. The special counsel to IPOB leader Aloy Ejimako said the suit was prompted by new evidence gathered implicating the DG beyond what he described as infamous extraordinary rendition. According to the suit, the court gave Abubakar 14 days to appear or be represented in court, adding that failure to show up would mean that judgment would be given in the DG's absence. This comes just a few days after Kanu's 20 billion naira suit against the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, was thrown out by the Federal High Court in Abuja. Still on judicial matters, the Court of Appeal sitting in Yola set aside the High Court rulings nullifying the primaries that produced Emmanuel Bacha and Aishatul Binani as the All Progressives Congress governorship candidates for Taraba and Adamawa states, respectively. The unanimous decision of the three-man panel led by Justice Tani Hassan set aside the judgments of the lower court on Thursday and ordered that their names be resubmitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) as APC governorship candidates for both states. In September, Justice Simon Amobeda of the Federal High Court in Jalingo, the Taraba State capital, sacked Boacha after a petition by ex-aspirant David Kente. Similarly, last month, a Federal High Court sitting in Yola nullified APC primary that produced Binani as the party's governorship candidates for Adamawa after a former chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Nuhu Ribadu, had dragged Binani and INEC before the High Court, alleging vote buying and illegal delegates list at the primary. However, the appellate court on Thursday set aside both judgments, restoring the candidature of Boacha and Binani. Well, to speak more on this, Liberos Oshoma, legal expert, joins me now. Thank you very much for joining us. A month ago, the Taraba and Adamawa state had no APC governorship candidates, but the Court of Appeal has reversed this decision. Can you give us more insight into this development?
Yeah, thank you. You see, it's what I call, first and foremost, a ruling party syndrome, where every ruling party, you always have, at every primary, you always have this factionalization, you know, and factionalization will lead to, you know, election petitions such as this. In 2019, we saw it happen. Pre-2019, if you remember, before 2015 election, it was a recurring decimal with PDP governorship aspirant. But matter goes to a head in 2015 when the APC had to, you know, lose completely two states. I think 2019, yes, Zamfara and Rivers State, over issues that had to do with candidature. And now we're seeing it playing out again We saw the case of the Akpabio case in Akwa Ibom. We saw the Machina in Yobe State, and then governorship candidate in Taraba and Adamawa State. Basically, even the court in most times had been also cautioned not to unnecessarily interfere in the affairs of political parties. But when the procedures for nominating, candidates in the primaries are not followed, the court also is always called question to look at the processes if all the provisions of Section 84 of the Electoral Act had been complied with. And that was what happened.
Sorry to interrupt at this point, but some would say this is politics of power, as the Federal High Court did not find them worthy, but now the Court of Appeal has made a reversal. Well, would you say this is politics playing out, and what does this say of the country's judicial system?
Yeah, it's basic for me. I will not begin to, look at it from the prism of politics once the matter is in court, even though definitely there are one or two interferences here and there that can be alleged. But like I said, if the provisions of the law, Electoral Act, Section 84, 1 to 14 are not complied with, the court also, even INEC in some cases, had a right to write a report to say, we did not monitor these primaries. And once that report is missing, we have seen it also in some APC matters in Cross River State. Once that report is missing, what the court will eventually do is to say that since this report is, it means that the primaries were not validly conducted. So in this same vein, these are some of the issues that played out. But the Court of Appeal in its wisdom had heard otherwise. At the Federal High Court is a panel of 1 man. At the Court of Appeal is a panel of 3. At the Supreme Court is a panel of 5. So like we say, 2 good heads are better than 1. So that's why once the matter happens, usually for some of us, we look beyond the Court of Appeal and we look up to the Supreme Court. No matter how the Supreme Court look at it, that's when we now begin to say, yes, the court has spoken, and then now begin to look at the rationale for the decision so taken. But until that is done,
it's a wait and see situation, and we'll see how this plays out. That's if it escalates to the Supreme Court. But Liberal Soshoma, a legal expert, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. The federal government says it has recovered $1 billion in looted funds since the inception of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration till date. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, will disclose this while briefing State House correspondents at the end of the weekly Federal Executive Council meeting, affirmed that the recovered assets had been deployed to various sectors of the economy, including poverty alleviation. The AGF also expressed government's concern over sundry cases of budget padding, describing the development as worrisome. Our correspondent Mir Kanu has more in this report.
President Muhammadu Buhari's administration is seeking better ways to tackle corruption, especially in the area of misappropriation of funds in government-owned institutions. The Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, who disclosed this while briefing State House correspondents at the end of the weekly Federal Executive Council meeting, said successes have been recorded in blocking leakages, while revealing that the preceding government recorded only 109 convictions before 2015. Malami said the Buhari administration has convicted over 3,000 offenders and recovered about $1 billion to date, adding that the new anti-corruption strategy will strengthen the war against corruption between 2022 and 2026.
But today, we are recording successes in terms of convictions to the extent that a single agency of government, if you take, for example, the EFCC, within a year, I'm talking of 2022, we have recorded over 3,000 convictions. The government of President Muhammadu Buhari has succeeded in recovering around $1 billion from its inception to date.
Speaking on the issue of budget padding, Malami said the federal government is closely monitoring the budget defense sessions at the National Assembly and decried the menace allegedly carried out by ministries, departments and agencies.
Budget padding, as far as the development of the nation is concerned, is indeed a serious issue that has the capacity, just like corruption, to set our development back. And I think it is indeed a great source of concern, and I share your perception in being concerned about the budget funding arrangement.
Also speaking at the briefing, the Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, revealed FEC approved the augmentation of over 14 billion naira on the contract sum for the completion of the Kano Western Bypass, propping it up from 22 billion naira to about 37 billion naira.
Council considered and approved the augmentation, which was for 14.095 billion, to revise the contract sum from 22 billion to 36.869 billion. Some of the items covered by the augmentation include the old amount of the VAT, the increase from 5 to 7%, the need to construct a flyover at Dawanu International Market interchange.
The minister also reiterated the commitment of the President Buhari administration in completing all projects before the end of its tenure, revealing that the completion of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway is being delayed due to the construction of drainage systems along the highway by the Oyo state government. Mary Kanu, TV360, Abuja.
The senators asked the National Council on Privatization and the Bureau of Public Enterprise to suspend indefinitely the proposed concession of the 700-megawatt station in Niger State pending the conclusion of an investigation by its Committee on Power. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Power, Gabriel Suswam, explained that it will be unacceptable to concession the power plant without ensuring accountability and proper management of unsettled external loans tied to the project. Federal lawmakers, including the Senate President Hamad Lawan, supported his stance, pointing out the failure of the privatization of the power sector.
The adequacy or otherwise of selection criteria for the concessionaire, and to generally establish whether the proposed concession of the Gero hydropower plant is an exercise that would ensure that government gets the deserved value for funds expended on this project and report back to the Senate within 2 weeks.
Looking at the amount that has been spent in that project, and looking at the fact that even if that project is completed 100% today, we do not have the capacity to be able to take all the power that it will generate into the national grid.
To suspend indefinitely the proposed concession of the 700 megawatts Ngeru hydroelectric power plant in Niger State, pending the conclusion of investigation by the Senate Committee on Power and the subsequent adoption of the decision of the Senate based on the findings and recommendations of the committee. Those in favor prior to say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate, thank you very much.
The Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Pauline Tallen, has said that 34 states in Nigeria have domesticated the Child Rights Act, which was enacted by the federal government to reduce child abuse in the country. The minister disclosed this while featuring on the weekly briefing organized by the Presidential Communication Team in Asurok Villa. Tallen further explained that domestication of the law would increase child protection and also contribute to the reduction of gender-based violence in the country. Tallen will identify the low number of women in politics and other leadership positions as a major setback to the country's development, called for 50% affirmative action for women, saying the usual 35% is no longer tenable.
Today, we have 34 states that have domesticated both the VAP Act and the Child Rights Act, as against 9 and 12 when I assumed office. But today I'm proud to say that with aggressive advocacy across the states, all the 36 states I went around, appealed to them. Most times I even go into the House of Assembly to address the State House of Assembly with the permission of the Speaker. I did that in Uyo. In fact, I remained there until they passed it. The law was passed in my presence in Oyo State. So Oyo did very well. Bauchi, the same thing. I was in the House to address them. And all the states said this is the first time a woman has taken an advocacy on such a very important issue to the State Assembly. They appointed 7 women in the Federal Executive Council, and all the 6 women plus myself have not failed Nigerians. The 6, all the 7 members of the female Federal Executive Council are doing very well. Participation of women in nation building, all spheres of life. In fact, we are not only demanding for 35%, but Nigerian women deserve 50% in all spheres. It's happening in other countries. It is not that Nigeria, we are not begging, but we deserve it.
Paul Tohib Adisa has emerged the best overall graduating student of the Yaba College of Technology at the 34th convocation ceremony of the institution. A total of 7,554 graduates from 3 academic sessions between 2018 and 2021 were awarded ordinary national diplomas and higher national diploma certificates and prizes on Thursday. Out of the number, 560 graduated with distinction and 5,921 with upper credits. Our correspondent, Simisola Adigun, has more details in this report.
The COVID-19 pandemic-driven school closures, which disrupted the traditional academic calendars of all institutions in Nigeria, has brought together 7,554 graduates at the 34th convocation ceremony of Nigeria's premier tertiary institution, the Yaba College of Technology. Parents, graduates and principal officers of the college were on ground for the award ceremony. Giving his last address as rector of the college, Obafemi Omokunbe railed out achievements made by the institution during his 5-year tenure. While congratulating the students for the successful completion of their programs, Omokunbe expressed gratitude to them for their support.
The focal point of the administration was aimed at drivers on administrative restructuring, academic standard and enhancement, staff and students' welfare, internally generated revenue, physical and infrastructural development of the college, and the establishment of an endowment fund. We strive through the tenure of 5 years to remain faithful to these beacons as a basis for how posterity will see us.
Graduating with a cumulative grade point average of 3.92 out of a possible 4.0, Paul Tohib Adisa emerged the overall best student for the 2020-2021 academic session and was awarded a cash prize of 500,000 naira and other gifts. Adisa encouraged the graduating students to excel in their various fields and remain steadfast in achieving their set goals.
I knew I can do it, but at first when I came in it was very challenging because I didn't do my handy year, so I've been to the Polytechnic of Ibadan where I graduated with distinction as well, so before crossing to this place. So when I came here I faced a lot of challenges. Some of them is the financial constraint, because at some point I felt like withdrawing because I had to sponsor myself during the course of the program.
Other graduates who couldn't contain their excitement expressed optimism about the future.
It has been amazing. In fact, I would say, like normally, we all know about tech is a very wonderful school. It's not really been easy. Try during exam periods, we have to read like back to back, and exams are like 2 weeks back to back. We have to read very, very, very hard. So I'm really grateful to God.
What future holds is to explore more, because there are a lot of opportunities ahead. Gather as much experience as I can in my field, further as much as I can, master's, PhD, and future is bright, definitely.
The Minister of Education and Guest of Honor, Adamu, who was represented by the Director of General Services, urged the school management to expand its internal revenue sources following the successful launching of the 50 billion naira endowment fund. He also called for increased interaction with the international community, which will help technical level education compete favorably with other forms of tertiary learning. Simisola Adigun, TV360, Lagos.
Well, we'll take a break here, but still to come, China's COVID-19 infections hit record high as economic outlook darkens. Details of the story and more right after this break. Welcome back to News Now. Here is a recap of some of our top stories tonight. The leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, sued the Director General of the National Intelligence Agency, Ahmed Abubakar, for imprisoning him in Kenya for 8 days before his extradition to Nigeria. The special counsel to the IPOB leader, Aloy Ejimako, said the suit was prompted by new evidence gathered implicating the DG beyond what he described as a famous extraordinary rendition. We also told you that the Court of Appeal sitting in Yola has set aside the High Court rulings nullifying the primaries that produced Emmanuel Boacha and Aishatu Binani as the All Progressives Congress governorship candidates for Taraba and Adamawa states respectively. The unanimous decision of the three-man panel led by Justice Tani Hassan set aside the judgments of the lower court on Thursday and ordered that their names be resubmitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) as APC governorship candidates for both states. Well, in case you missed any of our news bulletin or for more updates, do log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online. China has reported record high COVID-19 infections on Thursday, with cities nationwide imposing lockdowns. Mass testing and other curbs are also feeling frustration and darkening the outlook for the world's second largest economy. The resurgence of infections nearly 3 years after the pandemic emerged in central city of Wuhan casts doubt on investor hopes for China to ease its rigid zero COVID-19 policy soon, despite recent targeted measures. The curbs are taking a toll on locked-down residents as well as output as factories, including the world's biggest iPhone plant, which has been rocked by clashes between workers and security personnel. We'll take a breather and return with more stories to stay with us.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, the truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Simi Saladi goes on standby to bring us up to speed on the latest in the world of business. Simi, what's the latest?
Thank you very much for that, Shade. Now, Nigeria's gross domestic product has grown by 2.25% year-on-year in the third quarter of 2022, down from 3.54% in the second quarter, marking the slowest growth since the COVID-19 pandemic. This is according to the National Bureau of Statistics in its latest GDP report for the third quarter of 2022. According to the NBS, the slow growth is attributable to the base effect of the recession and the challenging economic conditions that have impeded productive activities. On a year-on-year basis, the NBS said the third quarter of 2022 growth rate decreased by 1.78 percentage points from the 4.03% growth rate recorded in the corresponding quarter in 2021 and 1.29 percentage points relative to 3.54% recorded in the second quarter of 2022. We'll take a short break here and be back with Stock Market Report. Stay with us. For the fourth time this week, Nigeria's equities markets closed in the positive region, rising by 0.81% at the close of trading on Thursday. Consequently, the benchmark all-share index and market capitalization increased as well to 44,604 basis points and 25.3 trillion naira. Now, Airtel Africa and Boa Foods led the high bullish market with a combined gain of 1,413 naira. The performance chart shows that a total of 138 million volume of shares valued at over 2 billion naira were exchanged in 3,434 deals. It's the greens for our select foreign stock as well. The UK's FTSE, US Dow Jones and Japan's Nikkei traded high on Thursday, reversing earlier losses. That's the stock market report. Falashade, back to you.
Many thanks to Mr. Laff for that update. Now on the foreign scene, Uganda has recorded a drop in the number of new Ebola cases, with some districts going for at least 2 weeks without registering new infections, the country's health ministry officials have said. According to local media, authorities say Kampala, the capital, had not recorded new infections for at least 2 weeks. The development is a major sign the East African country is having a measure of success in efforts to combat its latest outbreak of the deadly hemorrhagic fever disease more than 2 months after it was declared. And now in sports, Bril Mbalo has scored against the country of his birth as Switzerland defeated Cameroon 1-0 to make a winning start to the World Cup campaign on Thursday. Mbalo struck 3 minutes into the second half as Switzerland secured a vital 3 points in a group that includes tournament favourites Brazil and Serbia. Cameroon have now lost their last 8 World Cup matches going back to 2002. And that's the size of a news bulletin. Many thanks for watching. I am Falashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We can all agree that being able to purchase fresh goods and getting it delivered fresh is a flex on an entirely different level. So the importance of logistics to our consumer lifestyle is undeniable. Hello and welcome to another episode of Startups with me, Abisola Adebayo. On this episode, we'll see how ride-hailing turned logistics company GoCada is making the wishes of online shoppers come through by the services they offer.
You can get anything you want anytime using GoCada. You want something to be delivered, just GoCada. You want something else, you want to get some food, use GoCada. You want, in future, ride hailing is you want to take a ride, use GoCada. I'm Nikhil Goyal. I'm currently the CEO and President for GoCada.
The GoCada story is one of remarkable resilience. Once known as the biggest ride-hailing service provider in Lagos, GoCada took a major detour in June 2020 when the Lagos state government placed the ban on all the operations of motorcycles and tricycles in major parts of the state. As if that was not enough, a few months later, the company lost its founder. But instead of totally halting business and leaving thousands of their employees jobless, the Indian-owned company decided to take the plunge, and that decision eventually birthed GoCada Logistics Company.
In January 2020, the government put a ban on the ride-hailing business, right? And the business in Lagos is quite different from other parts of the world, because out here the regulation requires you to have 200cc or higher bikes to ply on the major roadways, highways. So unlike other companies, we cannot just close down the business because we also have assets, bikes. But at the same time, at that time we had close to 1,000 riders we had on the road. If we leave, if we remove ourselves, that means we are leaving all those people without a job, right? They won't have any options for feed and all. So when the government put a ban, we were looking at options which are still open for us, which we can, where we can use bikes specifically. And when we went to the government, meet the government people, they also mentioned that we can still pivot into deliveries. So we got into the instant delivery space at that point. And from that time, in March, COVID happened across the period of across the world. So people were staying home. There was a huge requirement of essential services that need to be delivered.
Coincidentally, the GoCada rebranding happened at the time when the COVID-19 lockdown was imposed nationwide in Nigeria, and this left a huge requirement for instant delivery services, which was exactly the need GoCada could now meet conveniently. Through GoKada, customers could easily book services to get food, gadgets, and other items delivered safely from anywhere around Lagos.
You want something to be delivered now. You want something to be picked up, and within the next few minutes, a few hours, you want it to be delivered without any hassle, right? It doesn't want to go to a hub, it doesn't want to go to anywhere. So we pick from your place and we deliver where you want it to be. That's what the niche we started off. When we started it off, then we started realizing the different segments of customers who are using us. So there's a huge segment of customers using us for food deliveries because people want food to be delivered hot, right? A huge segment of electronics segment because it's costly. They want it to be secure, safe, reaching anywhere. Documentation. You can look at clothing market. We have riders across Lagos. It's as easy as booking an Uber for yourself. You can find a rider within the next couple of minutes. Someone will come, pick up your parcel and deliver where you want to be. So that was the model that we gave to the customers, that they have the confidence of having a rider at their fingertips and the feeling of a rider which will deliver for them. Then we started looking at what are the items that are moving, and that gave at that point to one of the services that we called G-Shop at that time, but which we translated into G-Food, which was more about, we looked at the food on that entire thing is high. Like the number of customers who are using us for food deliveries are the majority of our customers. So what we realized is how can we make this life or make this process more easy? Because if you think of food, a customer still has to call the merchant still has to book a rider, and all of this has to happen. And we are looking at how do we cut down the process steps involved. So what we did was we started reaching out to these merchants and we put them on our platform, in which now a customer can directly go to the platform, book like what he wants. Automatically the system will make sure to notify the merchant, automatically the system will assign a rider, and the process continues. And for the customer, it becomes easy because now he can track each and every step in a much easier manner.
It was as though the logistics market was waiting for GoKada to come on board. In just 15 months of operating as a logistics company, the startup now has one of the largest fleets of delivery drivers in Lagos and empowers over 30,000 Nigerian businesses to help them serve their customers. With this, aside from helping their partners grow, they are also making impacts in people's lives as well as oiling the wheels of Nigerian economy.
Recently, we completed more than 1 million deliveries in Lagos, right? That was a huge achievement for us because when we didn't know where the business is going, and now we are looking back and now we know that, hey, we are actually trying to make a change. We have been able to add more than 1,000 riders on the road, right? We continuously keep on adding more and more jobs, and that makes us happy because now we are actually able to make some impact on people's lives. We have more than 30,000 merchants who are actually using GoKada for the deliveries, right? On a weekly or daily basis across Lagos, right? We have been able to work with our partners or merchants from the time they started off. We have been able to work with them as they also grew in their journey, right? I've seen how those merchants also have grown with us and they have been able to double or triple their businesses when they were working with GoKada. We are EBITDA positive. That means as a company, we know how to manage our resources. We are making money so that we can control our operational challenges and all. Right? So that puts us in the spot in which we're not just running like a startup in which we are shelling out the money, but at the same time making sure we are being efficient about it, we are being responsible about it.
However, regardless of the vigor the GoKada team is pouring into the business, the road definitely has its own bumps. The informal nature of delivery services, customers' paranoia, and other insufficiencies challenge the business. But for GoKada team, all of the challenges seem like stepping stones to success. In the past few months, the company has recorded great exponential growth and recently launched its super app, which allows customers to access food delivery, e-commerce, and ride-hailing services all at once.
There's a huge informal segment of deliveries out here, right? Delivery companies which are existing. Probably they might have a single or a double-digit bikes most of the times. So they might look at providing service in certain areas or to certain people. But if you have to look at Lagosians in a way, right? They want the service in which they can get the service anytime where they want. So that was one of the factors for us. Second, the confidence they need. They don't want to be in a place in which they have booked a rider and they don't know where the rider is. They're constantly calling the rider to know what happened, where's the delivery, when are we getting the delivery, right? We tried to solve that by our tech. Another thing that happened is we made sure that we have all the documentation required, all the any kind of documentation, licenses, permissions required, so that our riders can move freely. This ensures that our riders don't get into troubles with agencies, right? This is important because we have to follow the rules and we are making sure that we follow all the checklists by the government. So then when the customers have this confidence that they're moving their goods via GoCarder, they know they are not going to get stuck. Their items are not going to get destroyed or lost or stolen. So all these things combined helped us place at a segment in a very different spot compared to any other of these informal players or other formal players. We realized we were giving customers a scientific option. And when we realized our data and we worked on let's build food on top of it, now we can create some different apps for the customers if we want. We can create an app for ride, we can create an app for send, for shop, for food and all. But as a customer, you don't want to have so many different apps on your phone, right? As a customer, what you want is how can we make your life easier? And also the customers across these segments are similar, right? So when we were doing the ride hailing, those were the customers who were using us for ride. They were the same kind of customers who were using us for send. They are the similar kind of customers who are ordering food on our platform. So what we wanted was how can we make sure that we can combine all these services into one app which makes the life easy for customers. And that's what the idea was. We can take this app, go to any part of Nigeria, or if we want to go outside Nigeria also, and keep on adding these simple options for the customers so that within one simple GoCarder, they can get what they want. They want to order a ride, they can. They want to go get a delivery done, they can. They want to order the food, they can. They want to buy something else, they can.
For now, the company has created a huge presence in Lagos and it's looking to expand its services across other cities as well as improving on its services among other future plans.
Expansion has been on the plans, right? How do we want to, like, if you look at it, GoCarder has been in Lagos so far, right? And the reason for that has been focus, right? We could have done so many things, but we wanted to make sure that we do one thing and we do one thing good. But now we have come to a point in which we also realize that we have control over certain things. Now we can start building up. So that's why it will happen in two sides, one on the verticals and second on expansion. In a couple of years, we want to see if we are changing life for 1,000 riders as of now. Can we go and change life for hundreds of thousands of these riders across? That's going to be one of the things. If I'm looking at hundreds of thousands of riders, that means I have to take care of at least millions of customers who will be impacted with that. It can be in Nigeria. It can be outside Nigeria also, right? Nigeria is always going to be the base for GoCarder. That's where it started off. Without it, nothing happened. But in the next couple of years, these are going to be the ideas, like, and basis of where we go or what we do, we'll look at what services we want to do. For now, ideas about having ride, send, food and shop. But in future, if we realize there is other service that requires, that we feel like, hey, there's actually a need for it, then we will go and present for that. But until then, we can just keep growing into these 4 verticals across.
The logistics and supply chain sector is one of the fastest growing industries in Nigeria. According to the Logistics and Supply Chain Industry Report, the sector is valued to be over $50 billion US, and with companies like GoCarder leading the sector, Nigeria's economy is set to witness better days.
Impressive, right? Anyways, statistics provided by the Lagos State government shows that over 12 million people use public transportation daily in Lagos. Now, the hassle involved in using public transportation is almost like a nightmare, and it's even worse with Lagos' exploding population. Well, to make things easy, there's plenty waka to the rescue.
It made no sense to pay the same amount you pay if you got into a regular yellow bus in Lagos with no AC, in a very bad state. You're paying the same fare or even less to get into a brand new air-conditioned bus where you didn't have to struggle to get your seat. So that mindset shift was what drove a lot of people to Plenty Waka. My name is Onyeka Akuma, and I'm a co-founder and CEO of Plenty Waka.
Beyond its reputation as the second largest city in Africa, Lagos is well known for its unique transportation system. With its vibrant colors of yellow and black, the popular Danfo buses are hard to miss on any major or inner roads. But these buses are a far cry from the standard required of any large city like Lagos. From leaking roofs to bus kidnappings, popularly known as one chance, these buses, though nostalgic, portend a level of danger to residents. Onyeka is one of many who do not have good stories to tell about the popular transportation system. In his words, it was a nightmare.
I took an adventure trip on, I think it was 16th of January that same year, 2019, and wanted to experience all forms of transportation in Lagos. The entrepreneurs had to go through to get to meet their meetings, to get to meet appointments. So I took 2 bikes, I took a boat. I flew into the country that day from a trip outside in Qatar. And so it's like, today I took a bike, 2 bikes actually. I took a boat, I flew, and now I'm taking a bus. But the shocking thing was that taking the bus was the scariest thing for me. Even when taking the boat ride is something that used to make me really scared, because I don't know how to swim, although we had our life jackets on. I'm not really a great swimmer, but taking that bus ride made me see the state of buses and transportation in general in the country, and what people had to go through on a daily basis, and I wanted it to get better.
But what sets Onyeka apart is his determination to create a change in the system. Armed with insights from his other businesses, the entrepreneur began Plenty Waka, an e-hailing bus company in Lagos, whose sole objective is to bring comfort and ease to the transportation system in Nigeria's commercial hub.
I assembled my team, and my co-founders, Johnny Edna, was the first person I spoke to about the idea 24 hours after it was in my house. We were talking through it, and we came up with a name, and we're like, okay, we have to build something to change how people commute on a daily basis in Lagos, starting with Lagos. And then later on, John Shaibu joined, and then Afolabi Oluseyi joined. Together, we built Plenty Waka into an app, which is now like an Uber for buses app that allows everyday commuters to